We do. All right. Good evening, Santa Monica. We have a quorum, and so we are going to get this meeting started. Welcome to the July 18th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Councilmember Brock, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll have the roll call, Ms. Newsom.
Councilmember Civic.
Here.
Councilmember Para is absent at the moment. Councilmember Brock.
Try it now. Try it now.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Terrosis is not here at the moment. Councilmember Data Torre is not here at the moment. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here, so we do have a quorum. I think Councilmember Brock, you wanted to make an announcement about this evening?
I will be leaving the meeting, unfortunately, this evening at 7 p.m. As I am journeying to Tacoma, Washington to join the National League of Cities Public Safety Committee meeting first thing in the a.m. and also the Council on Education, Youth, and Families. Thank you so much.
All right. Item 1, Ms. Newsom.
Yes, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we currently have 18 members of the public registered to speak.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do is I'm going to call a few names at a time. If, as I call your name, you'll line up against the wall to your left, my right, so that we can minimize the time between speakers. Our first 4 speakers are Janet McLaughlin, Dr. Anna, sorry, my screen just blipped on me. Janet McLaughlin, Dr. Anna Rogers, Larry Areola, and Francesco Juarez. Yes, please. Excuse me.
On a recent Friday night, some worshipers I know from a local temple were holding a service at the beach. A crowd of young people had been forming, growing bigger and bigger. It was a party advertised on Instagram with paid admission, 2 DJs, and a blunt station. As the worshipers were packing up their equipment, the crowd, now numbering in the hundreds, was becoming unruly. They started shooting off fireworks at each other. My friends called SMPD, but some officers were busy with a homeless fire. Others were helping a 14-year-old girl who had OD'd. There simply weren't enough officers available to handle the crowd. Then gunshots rang out. My friend was frantically calling out for her boys. One was directly in the line of fire of the shooter and had gunshots crackling over his head as he ducked. Then my friend saw 2 girls drop, hit by bullets. One was 14, the other was 17. 2 days later, on Sunday, several streets in downtown Santa Monica were blocked off for at least 5 hours. The SWAT team was there. A woman believed to be armed had barricaded herself in her hotel room. On Wednesday, a national reporter came to town to talk about SMPD's new drone program. He stood in front of City Hall, right out here. During his live shot, a homeless man to the left of him screamed and cursed all the way through. To the right of him, another street person pulled down their pants and defecated. Saturday morning, there was a stabbing. A man got stabbed on 4th in Santa Monica. Later, a dead body was found on 6th and Broadway. On Sunday, a dead body was found on 14th and Wilshire. Shortly after that, unpermitted vendors were arrested for fighting near the pier. And in the afternoon, Councilman Phil Brock was assaulted by a homeless man who was threatening to kill him. Things are out of control. We have to face the truth. This is a crisis. Please hire as many officers as you can and equip them with what they need as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Anna Rogers.
Sorry, Phil.
Yeah. If you see something, say something. And our community has, but only a handful of city officials, including 4 dedicated council members, have listened. We have statistics which are We're done with the victim shaming and describe after these 4 points. And disdain towards residents. Unrecognized crime and the snickering and ridicule that took place at our June 13th meeting. At our budget meeting, our police chief's sudden reversal of information he'd previously given residents came from staff pressure. This will not be tolerated. His assessment of his department's needs are excellent, so get out of his business, and that includes LA County interference as well. He deserves the respect and autonomy to make decisions without unwanted intrusions. 3, the lack of coordination in response to the July 7th shooting at the pier, in which a family was caught in the line of fire, was horrific. It was a desmadre. Don't think we need more officers? Think again. Attempts to denigrate our officers for political gain will stop. 2 council members are trying to discredit highly dedicated officers with phony charges. 2 words for you: defamation, lawsuit. So which line has been crossed? That line is represented by people. They live here, work here, go to school here. They invest in our city. They run for office. So we organize and we take action for them. Because throughout history, it is the people who will succeed. For those with dark narcissistic priorities of political aspirations and financial gain, you will lose every time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Larry Ariola.
Good afternoon. Larry Ariola, Sunset Park resident. I'd like to thank you and the police department for hiring 6 new police officers. The drone program seems like it's an excellent addition to the resources of the police department. But everybody knows that's not enough. That's not going to bring the crime rate down. If anything, it's still going to increase. The second thing I'd like to speak to is the dismissal and marginalization of residents who complain about the increase in crime. The third, the behavior of a couple council members snickering while your constituents are speaking. Totally unprofessional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francisco Juarez. And before you begin, Mr. Juarez, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Alfred Lugo, Paige Henton, Holland Henton, and Denise Barton. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Juarez.
Thank you very much, Francisco Juarez, 618 Grand Street, Santa Monica, California. I am representing the congressionally chartered American GI Forum when I speak to you today, and remind you that in 2019, we appeared before this council, and I reminded the city council before I went into closed session with the Jonathan Club that parking lot number 8 is deeded to American veterans and beachfront property. In 20, back before you, and time, and we at that time the city council told the staff to take $10,000 of taxpayer money and investigate this, which they did. Unfortunately, the information that was given to the city manager and the attorney, who we met afterwards, the city attorney's right here, and I believe it was you too, ma'am, was wrong information. And we now will tell you that we had in hand a title search done by Chicago Title that shows that that property belongs to the U.S. government for the enjoyment of the residents, quote unquote, of the home, which is inland. You know it is the Greater Los Angeles Medical Center. It's actually the Pacific Branch home. We're here to remind you today to please stop the foot dragging, stop ignoring us, and contact us so we can get to the bottom of this and settle this. That land belongs to veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alfred Lugo.
Good afternoon. And I am a Vietnam era veteran, a sergeant. I began my veteran advocacy in 1983. I am a member of the Vet Hunters, whose mission is to search and rescue of homeless veterans. I have 40 years of veteran advocacy, and as a member of the Vet Hunters, we were on Skid Row, and I witnessed our founder, Joe Liel, take off his socks and give them to a homeless barefoot veteran. And I have some questions. When was the last time you took off your socks and gave them to a homeless barefoot veteran? What happened to your compassion? What happened to your pride and respect for veterans who served? What happened to the disabled veterans who we, you, and the NHDVS advocacy do not see on the beachfront healing? The beachfront property, which you have assumed is yours, was deeded in 1888 in perpetuity for veterans who did the right thing, defend your freedom to live safely and without the dangers of enemy invasion. We are asking for you to use your good conscience and compassion to return this mental healing beach, not for fun in the sun, but as God's gift of healing his wounded warriors. Think about healing of the veterans rather than the almighty dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Paige Hinton.
Okay. Can you do the video?
You want the link, right?
Please. Does it just go? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Paige, and this is my husband, Holland. And thank you for having us to speak. We appreciate it. We love Santa Monica. We've lived here since 1998. Our twin daughters were born at St. John's. We are we love Santa Monica. It's our home. In 2018, we moved away to Costa Rica just to give our girls an international experience. And when we left the promenade, it was booming. We knew the heyday of the promenade, the pier, everything else. When we came back in 2022 to Santa Monica, we had to act quickly because we wanted to get them in school. We wanted them to go to Santa Monica High School. So we ended up living on the promenade above Lululemon on the 6th floor, which was great until like 2 weeks after we moved there. And as we started running around the neighborhood and our girls started going to school, it became clear it was a totally different place. Our girls walk home from SAMO. They are accosted by homeless. They see people shooting up in their arms all the time. They're petrified. They go around to walk. And these are kids. These are high school kids that are petrified. We walk anywhere from 5 a.m. until 11 a.m. And going out, it is like being in an insane asylum. It truly is. And it's not just the night, it's 24/7. We live it, our daughters live it.
No, your time is up, ma'am. Next is Holland. Well, your video counts against your time. Sorry. So Holland Henton.
Paige's husband. Just real quickly, I know you guys hear problems all the time. So I'm looking for solutions. And I think the problem is we're compassionate towards the homeless. I've almost been homeless myself. I'm one business deal away from being homeless if it fails, right? So I think we have a problem of enabling. We're enabling them get whatever they want and not giving them needles or a loved one, right, that had a substance abuse problem. Would I get her help or him help, or would I give him a needle? It doesn't make any sense. So all I'm asking is everyone to consider that is the problem, enabling. If we can start there, we might create some other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Denise Barton. And Denise, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Anthony Stone. I actually have, it looks like 2 Anthony Stones. Nikki, do you see that? Okay. I'm assuming there's 1 Anthony Stone, but if there's 2, then both should stand up. Okay. No, you only get 2, I'm afraid. Gabriel Montoya and John Alley. Thank you, Ms. Barton, for waiting. Go right ahead.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to touch on a couple of issues. First, having only 1 resident advisory board member as a representative on the Housing Authority Board instead of 2. Disenfranchising the resident advisory board from the beginning. And when the Housing Commission board members and resident advisory board members have tried to get the seat given to Courtney Loretano to represent the resident advisory board on the Housing Authority, you resist and say no. Yet you claim that no one is interested in these positions, which is untrue. One of the people the Housing Authority chose resigned quite a while ago, and the other has been given no training. Or would that be your way of putting the Resident Advisory Board at further disadvantage? Next, I hear that you're considering violating California state law by not making pretext traffic stops. So let's take a minute and consider what this would mean in reality. Simple traffic stops led to the arrest of serial killers Ted Bundy and Joel Retzkin and the Oklahoma bomber Timothy McVeigh. Then since the policy changed by the LAPD, there were 3,000 fewer seizures of illegal items in 5 months, including 1,700 fewer seizures of narcotics, including fentanyl, and 374 fewer guns taken off the street compared to the year before. And would this mean the police wouldn't respond to vehicles parked in the wrong direction, as the guy with the guns and bombs going to the Pride Parade had when he was caught in Santa Monica? This action will not make the city safer, and is you putting the criminals first and the citizens last. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Anthony Stone.
Hi, before I speak, I wrote this about 2 weeks ago, so there'll be a comment they might reflect on. Somebody, then I'll take it back, but it's not bad, but just it'll make sense when I say it. My name is Anthony Stone. I've lived in Santa Monica now for 29 years. And while I've lived here, I've been riding my bike, the Great Bike Path near Montana and 3rd. I go down all the way to Manhattan Beach and back. Not a lot of days, but I would do that. And now it's become the part where I had lights, everything I could have protective so people saw me, and now I can't ride at night. I stop by 4 o'clock. I will not. I feel like something's been taken away from me and what I do. But going back to the thing, we need to let the police do their job. We needed more police officers. Somebody mentioned. I thought it was only 15 that were hired, but we've lost some. A lot of them don't want to come forward and join. But the homeless, they're causing a lot of the crime. It's being caused partly by the homeless, but because of activities, maybe they want to find something to eat. But we have not hired, as I said, enough police officers that we lost in the pandemic. I'm disappointed that there was not more money from the budget put into it to get more policemen. I don't understand that. And I still say, let the police do their jobs. Do we still have police officers where it's no hands? They can't arrest. I don't know how they're going about doing their job because they're afraid to maybe get reprimanded. As you know, many times when the police officer does pull someone over for a ticket, that's all they're doing, and someone's got a gun or drugs. I mean, it's a dangerous job to be a policeman, and they are out there, I know, all the time to protect us. I'll walk out any time up to a policeman and say, thank you. We appreciate your service. And At the airport and governor, I think I know part of the reason why we might have more crime. I don't know if it's correct. But I know kids and parents love to go to the pier here. But ever since the train came in, let's say from Union Station, 99% of the people are fine. They're here to enjoy Santa Monica. But I would bet there's a small 0.009 of a criminal act might.
Thank you, sir. Gabriel Montoya.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabe Montoya. I'm an executive committee member for SEIU United Healthcare Workers West. I'm also a rank and file member of the union. I'm an EMT, been an EMT in LA County for almost 20 years now. I'm here to talk about raising the minimum wage for healthcare workers. You know, right now, the state that we talk about, people being homeless, being one paycheck away from being homeless. There are many healthcare workers who are taking care of the community here in Santa Monica, but are also dealing with being one paycheck away from being homeless. There are healthcare workers in this city who have to drive more than 2 hours to get to work. So an 8-hour day, right, turns into a 12-hour day. And a 12-hour day, if you're a 12-hour shifter, you're actually working 16 hours if you count the commute. And they're coming here tired, overworked, short-staffed, and taking care of members of this community. And so we know that $25 an hour is not a solve-all for every single issue in healthcare, but it definitely would do a lot to retain the workers that are currently working at facilities in Santa Monica. It would go a long way to not only retain workers, but recruit new healthcare workers. We are definitely in a deficit in the state of California. 500,000 healthcare workers short by the year 2025. And that only got worse with the pandemic. And so this is not only about raising the standard of living for healthcare workers themselves, but it is also about raising the standard of healthcare for, your constituents here in Santa Monica, for our patients. You know, none of us joined healthcare to get rich. I certainly will never get rich as an EMT. But we did join healthcare to take care of others and at least be able to survive ourselves. And so this is why we come to the City Council and ask that we raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour. It's a matter of urgency.
Mr. Montoya, John Longino, then Mr. Hickman. So thank you for your patience, Mr. Alley.
Before I start, Madam Mayor, just a procedural. I think the crowd here has been disrespected because Oscar called from Barcelona. We have one council member who never comes on time. This is important. She comes in time for dinner, but she doesn't come in time for public comment. That's what we're here for. You're to serve us.
Mr. Alley, we're going to begin your time, and you're free to make whatever comments you want.
I wanted to start now.
Okay, great.
Claim my time. The Santa Monica Coalition believes it's critical that the public receive a crime report update from our city manager at every council meeting. City Manager David White should not be publishing any support or speaking on behalf of the city for Barbara Ferrer's LA County Needle Distribution Program in our parks. Our council is now silent, but on the record asking the council and Venice Family Clinic to move it indoors and out of the parks. We're nearing 15,000 letters opposing the program. Ferrer and Manager White are again not informing our police chief days and times of the program. The chief has said so. And Barbara Ferrer has no data that this is even working. Having a 911 dispatch separated from our police department is not working. Update our 30-year plus police computer system. Expand use of our drones from 5 to 7 days a week. Criminals work 7 days a week. We saw that. The city, through its general fund, needs to be responsible for all safety and law enforcement. It's not acceptable to place an imbalanced burden for covered 6 private security on private owners and merchants in our downtown. And by year end, 22% of DTSM stakeholders are withdrawing from the organization. Private security is only effective if armed. We've already proven it, and we have data showing it's ineffective when we have security and ambassadors who aren't armed. They're no different from ambassadors. They have to call 911 to report every incident and request assistance. The police want undercover on-foot detectives to see drug deals and crime. Lastly, our city manager and many of you are creating an unsafe climate. You're creating problems where there should be solutions. Our city is perverted. There must be a commitment from the council to fund our police.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Mr. Longino.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm here in support of the $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers here in Santa Monica. As I said, my name is Donnie Longino. I'm a certified nurse assistant at Providence St. John Health Center for the past 22 years. I've been in healthcare for 33 years. My workday starts with 11 to 13 patients, which I'm responsible for taking vital signs, bathing, ambulating, feeding, and hygienic care. Due to short staffing, I'm unable to provide the quality of care that my patients deserve. Although I am more than able and capable of providing quality care, the short staffing makes it close to impossible for me to deliver that care that my patients deserve. Our turnover for CNAs at the hospital is constant. New hires don't stay because of the low wages. They leave and go to surrounding hospitals that pay higher. Setting a $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers here in Santa Monica would help retain and attract more much-needed healthcare workers, such as nurse assistants, transportation workers, food service workers, and EBS / housekeeping workers, and would help in addressing the short staffing crisis that healthcare workers face daily. I'm asking that you would support and pass this $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers here in Santa Monica. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Joe DeRosa.
Dear City Council members, my name is Joseph DeRosa, and I'm here today to ask that you pass an ordinance to stop the destruction of the Leaf and Pedal Shop at 302 Colorado Avenue, which used to be the former Sears. Seritage is planning on demolishing the building to replace it with a new commercial structure that is likely to be a new fast food restaurant or a new commercial office space. This will create a legal easement on the parking lot, which will limit the ability to use the property for other purposes in the future. Seritage is run by CEO Andrea Olshan, who lives in New York. Seritage's board met in October of 22 to vote to sell off all their assets. The results of this vote were a vote of no confidence in her. They voted to sell off all the company assets and return funds to shareholders. This property is in the heart of downtown Santa Monica and has been allowed to be unoccupied since 2015. For nearly 10 years, the downtown area has been subjected to a 3-acre void that hasn't resulted into a single incoming shop or a diner to the downtown area. I urge you, please do not, outgoing CEO, ruin the possibility of using this property as a cultural center that brings thousands of diners and shoppers into the downtown Santa Monica area on any given night of the week, in favor of adding to the already vacant 100,000 square feet of property Seritage has left vacant for the last 8+ years. Do not let her sell out the downtown area simply to get a higher appraiser value on the property before dumping it on the market. Downtown Santa Monica is in desperate need of a downtown cultural center, and I hope to bring that to the Los Angeles Artist Series to that property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jonathan, Mr. Foster.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Foster. Sorry to put my last name, is kind of in a hurry. You know, I came to speak about Jewish Heritage Month, and I didn't think I'd say anything. I've heard so much about the problems. I've changed everything I was going to say since I've been here. And I want everybody to know the reason $32+ trillion in debt. The other problem is the federal government, combined with the people in California and Los Angeles who let the jails become deplorable, which is paralleled with a voice of people advocating for no more jails because of the profiteering that was going off of this. So they haven't built more jails, right? So there's So none were built, and we have no way to put these people in jail in a building. And it's on purpose to change the laws and change the USA. It's on purpose. This is on purpose. They even just did in the Homeland Security bill, expanded the numbers for people from third world nations, which sounds really nice, but we have so many people in the street. They said they're healthcare workers, one paycheck away from being homeless. So half of the people that are homeless, like if you gave them $70,000 a year, they would get an apartment, right? The other people that are mental, we could take care of that, so it becomes a lower number. And the problem is the people who decide how the International Monetary Fund, how much they're going to monetize us with, right? And this makes it so they like charting who can make what where based on how much profit people can make. So really, they took in $6 trillion of revenue, the federal government. We could pay every single citizen $70,000 a year if they wanted to do this, and they don't want to do this. It's on purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Esther Hickman. And before you begin, Ms. Hickman, I'm going to call a few more names. Teresa Marasco, Courtney Laurentino, Sheila Finley, Jerry Rubin. I think that's it. Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
So first, I'd like to say thank you for your continued efforts and attention towards making Santa Monica a safer place. And thank you for the recent hires. And I'm just asking for continued funding and attention towards addressing our safety concerns. Regardless of whether crime is up or down, we need to remain vigilant in support of Chief Bautista's efforts, continue to fill officer vacancies, support innovative solutions like the drone program, and support the current policy around the pretext traffic stops. Also, given current downtown crime, it makes sense that the private security guards hired by private businesses are authorized to be armed for their own protection, patrons, businesses, and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Teresa Marasco.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and City Council members. I'm the Vice Chair of the Housing Commission, but I'm here tonight speaking as a person of the public and as a Resident Advisory Board member. I hate to be a broken record, but I must. I am disappointed after numerous meetings publicly and privately with city staff and supportive council members. The City Council meeting agenda did not include an item to fill the Housing Authority Board seat that's been vacant for more than 25 months. It took several years to get the one active Resident Advisory Board representative to be appointed through a random lottery. In the spring of 2019, Ann Cochran, who is the current and only active RAB representative, along with Donna Brown, were chosen as RAB representatives through the lottery. Donna Brown never attended HAB meetings, never responded to emails from RAB members, and finally told staff 6 months ago that she resigned. The RAB are the most marginalized low-income residents in this city. We have been denied a real seat at the table, giving them the proper 2 votes on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board. That means the Housing Authority Board meeting on July 25th, there will not be proper representation for the Santa Monica Housing Authority clients, and they are entitled to it. Since moving to Santa Monica in 2014, I've worked diligently alongside other Santa Monica Housing Authority client activists who have been fighting for a proper RAB, a RAB that not only exists on paper, but is actively working on the annual administrative and 5-year plans and ensures that we have RAB representatives sitting on the HAB who have been actively engaging with their constituents, their fellow RAB members, and representing their wishes and recommendations with their votes while sitting on the HAB. The RAB has been meeting via Zoom. 51 Santa Monica Housing Authority clients have met several times and voted to have Courtney Laurentino sit on the HAB in the vacant seat until such time the Client Advisory Board is properly formed and new CAB representatives are elected. City Manager David White, please direct staff to have Courtney Laurentino or one of the alternatives that are all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marasco. Courtney Laurentino.
Good afternoon. I won't reiterate because we just heard it. We pretty much heard what I'm here for the housing seat. Now, regardless if it's myself or any of my other constituents, the seat should be filled, whether it's by myself or somebody else that is seated there. I was unanimously voted by the community, so I'm standing for that position. In regards to the safety issue in Santa Monica, the statistical value for me sitting in the seat would give you guys, obviously I'm biracial, I'm African American. I am a veteran. I was prior homeless. I was a prior city employee for your government. I worked for City TV. And I was a prior state special police officer for Massachusetts. Can give you a lot of demographic resources, like working in a military field and police field. Is police presence necessary? Yes. Is over-policing contingent to a well-being of a community? Not particularly. There needs to be something that steps up, like with stuff. I live on 5th Street. I live right above a gas station. My building's completely being broken into every day. There's the gas station on 5th Street hired their own private security. It used to be at nighttime. It's only, now it's 24 hours a day. You have fights breaking out. My building's being broken into. I can't even take my trash out. I have to go down the ramp instead of through the door because there's homeless defecating out back. So I understand. But the main source of the issue here is a housing crisis. That is the main source of the issue, and the funding and where the money is going and how it's being allocated. You have agencies that you give money to, yet the funding is not being funneled adequately.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sheila Finley? Ms. Finley? All right, that's fine. Jerry Rubin? Mr. Rubin, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Ann T. and Tom Bouliot. Sorry, I mispronounced that. Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Members, City Staff, fellow Santa Monicans. I was just going to speak on the closed session item, but I feel compelled to speak today. First of all, Council Member Brock, hope you're all right. Thank you for trying to stop someone from tearing down a First Amendment protected banner that I feel shouldn't have been put up in the first place, and it's very destabilizing. And I think our police chief would even agree with that, and I don't know if my message is going to get through to anyone. I've been threatened over the years by housed and unhoused people. I want to say every one of you on this council, from what I have seen over the years, support our veterans, support real solutions to help the homeless, not to enable them, to listen to medical experts, to listen to safety experts, to understand the challenges. So I really hope that people could come together and work together in a better way. It's just so unfair to say that we are an asylum and to say all these things that are happening. We are cutting off our nose to spite our face. I hope my message gets through. You all deserve a lot of credit under a situation where our budget has been cut severely because of the unfortunate ramifications of COVID. So we need to be smart, and that's exactly what our city staff and council members are trying to do. So be supportive, emphasize the positive, and people will respect you a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Tom Bouliot? Bouliot? I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. Oh, Ann T. I'm sorry. I didn't see you lined up there. I apologize.
Point of order, I'd like everybody's attention when I speak. No one texting, please, because it's very rude. So I'd like my...
No applause, please. No applause. You're welcome to use happy hands.
Isn't that free speech?
We try and make this an area where everyone can feel that they're being respected no matter what they're saying. So we don't allow clapping. We do allow support.
Everybody should respect that everybody should be respected, and that was the point of the comment.
All right. So
everybody should celebrate that. Okay, now I'd like to start. Yes, so you can go ahead and look everywhere, Zwick, except at me, because that's disrespectful, and you choose to do that. Carolyn, I would like you to get in here on time because the legislative body includes you and the public comment matters. City Manager David White, I am very much telling you right now that if anything should happen to me, my family, my child, because of the drug needle problem in the park down my street, I am considering that you are personally responsible for our well-being. That's it. And anybody who supports this program, I also consider you personally responsible for my family's well-being. Okay? Next thing. I understand that some in the community believe that community policing works. I would, in some cases, agree with that statement. But we have a transient community. And in a transient community, there is no precedent, no proof of concept that community policing works. We are not your laboratory. We are human beings trying to survive in this city and be safe. I met 2 new residents yesterday on my block who told me it's not safe. A 35-year-old man and his partner, and a 60-year-old woman who was battered at Palisades Park right after the rains, never reported it because she said, I'm on Nextdoor, and I know that nothing ever gets done. She was beaten by a woman for 25 seconds before someone pulled her off. Okay, I got home last night, and another friend of mine who lives in Ocean Park with 4 kids texted me and said that her child and her husband were attacked last night. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Your time is up. Again, if you want to support, happy hands are fine. Mr. Beaulieu, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
that's
good. Thank you. I apologize.
Good evening, and thank you everybody for showing up and working so hard. I often say to people, don't complain if you're not going to be involved. Here I am to let you know. And I'm here to speak about the 911 system. Friday, July 7th, I'm at the beach in Santa Monica at Lifeguard Station 28. A large crowd gathered about 50 yards up the beach from us, 400 or 500 kids. They started gathering around 6 p.m. By 8:30 p.m., my friend called 911 at 8:35. Nobody came. They said, yeah, we know. At 8:45, my wife called 911 again. Said, we're in danger. There's a fight. 50 kids in a fight. You need to get here now. Yeah, we know. No problem. We're at Lifeguard Station 28. My name is. I was very, very clear. At 9:15, I called the station directly and spoke to an officer. He wouldn't take my name. He said, oh, yeah, we know. At 9:21, I called 911, and this is what happened. If you like, there's some foul language. This is my audio. Many of you have heard this already.
What the fuck? Where's Santi and that's those guys running right there. Fuck.
So that happened to me. That could have been any one of you. Phil got jumped the other night on the promenade. What's going on? 911 is there to help me. Nobody came. When I left the park, freaked out, my son was on the other side of the bullets. We didn't know if he was wounded. He hit the ground, laid down in the sand and hid. His friend is traumatized, hasn't come out of the house yet. Still, we have a young boy here in town completely traumatized. 911 did not show up. Did not help us and left us standing there, and they knew who we were.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No problem, but they knew it was Lori Brown and Tom Bollier standing there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. According to my list, Ms. Newsom, that completes the public comment on item 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We'll move on to item number 2 then.
Item number 2, public
Yes.
input
Oh.
on agenda items under closed
I'm
session.
sorry. What is your name, please?
There's no one. I don't have anyone.
It doesn't have your name on the list, but Ms. Hertz, come on up and we'll give you 2 minutes.
Good evening. I am Maddie Hertz. And at least 3 of you know that I support you and that I walk the streets for you. And I just have some questions to ask all of you. And I walk the streets for change, but I didn't expect this kind of change in Santa Monica, and I'm not happy with it. So my questions are rhetorical. I don't expect an answer right now, but I want you to think. Think about whether this is something that can happen. Phil, I am sorry about what happened to you. And I know you know the promenade is not safe, and you were there for us. You wouldn't have probably gone there except for that you're doing management by walking around, which is correct. So have the rest of you walked around? That would be my question. My friend Tony last week, and maybe he might have forgotten it in his Anthony Stone, in his speech tonight, he said, maybe something's going to happen to one of you that's going to make the change, or someone that you love. And then Phil was attacked. So maybe he had a premonition. Why did the vagrant choose John Alley's sign to attack? That's interesting. Why can't we budget correctly for the police? Why do we tie it to the CS funds? Why do we ask the police chief to write a grant in order to get the technology improvements he needs? Why don't we give him the money he needs? We are falling apart. There is crime here. Have you been on the crime maps? I've looked at Studio City. I've looked at Redondo Beach. I've looked at, what other cities? Manhattan Beach. I've been to Sherman. They don't look like this.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, that concludes item number 1. We'll move on to item number 2, Ms. Newsom.
Item number 2, public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. And we have 11 people signed to speak.
All right, just as before, I'll call several names and we'll have you line up to the wall to your left. The first few names are Nancy Coleman, Ann Bowman, Ann Hoover, and Jolly Mare Shimmy.
Good evening, Council. This is the first time I've been here since before COVID. So I'm glad to be back in public session. I'm sorry that we don't have a way for people to call in. Today, I am the chair of NOMA. You have a statement from NOMA, but I am speaking on behalf of myself. I don't think that any publicly owned property should be sold in the city of Santa Monica to anyone. It needs to stay in the public arena. We will never be able to buy it back. We are park poor in a city. We have too few affordable housing units. Not selling it to Cyprus as it is in 2C would be is ridiculous to sell public property. But let's look at the much more important issue right now, which is the Civic Center and the Civic Auditorium. You know, it's not been discussed publicly at all. No one has discussed it since we had a special task force a number of years ago, which said that it should remain a event space. We gave away for $1 a year part of the Civic Center to SMC for the early childhood, $1 a year. Yet, when we talk about giving away or selling the Civic Center, it's done in closed session, negotiation with parties who have not had public input to them, and it's not appropriate to do at all. So I would ask you to say no, to take it out of your discussion tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Ann Bowman.
Good evening. I don't know if I'm Ann Bowman or Ann Hoover.
You're here twice, and I called off both names on the.
I'll be Ann Hoover right now.
All right, all right.
Thank you. Speaking on closed session items from the ENF. And as you know,
There we go.
All good?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
we just need to get your mic on.
Thanks. I strongly believe the Civic Auditorium should not be in the Surplus Land Act process. It is the foundation of our Civic Center specific plan, which was put together with extensive public input, so it's not non-essential, as you called it last October, and it's our city's most iconic public asset, both literally and from a psychological standpoint. So please, you should not be discussing it tonight, a possible sale of it for a fire sale price behind closed doors. With its unique history and a great acoustics upgrade, it can once again be a massive attraction as a quirky but top-notch concert venue that can also support other arts, convention, sports, and community functions, just like it did 60 years ago. Locals and tourists alike are desperate in this soulless, corporatized world for something authentic, for some authenticity, for something real that has roots. So please have public discussions to exchange visions and the concrete plans to make them happen. And this doesn't have to be big, long, or expensive like the Civic Working Group process was, because that group's report already is clear on what the community wants. They want it revived as a multi-purpose community and concert venue, just like it used to be. So the only question is, how do we do that? Definitely there's a way. It may still involve community and corporate partners. It could involve city staff and political collaborations, and maybe some civic boosterism comes back, right? Jolly. And we'll see some private philanthropy, but let's find out. This is your plan A, because this is a legacy project for council and staff that can juice our economy.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mira Shemi. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names: Larry Ariola, Tricia Crane, Mark Verville, and Jerry Rubin. All right. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanna Mirashemi. Talking about Civic Auditorium, and our Civic Center is a symbolic part of our city. The civic land belongs to our community, and it should remain for the public and for the public use. The Civic Auditorium as a landmark can be revitalized as a cultural and economic center for public, the same as it was before. So the city must retain the ownership of Civic Auditorium and make a public announcement for the possible philanthropies if the funding is really a big issue. However, any decision on the Civic Center land and Civic Auditorium should be through community input and not through closed door. As a concerned Santa Monica resident, 22 years plus, I urge you to give a chance to our Civic Auditorium, not to sell, but to find a better solution. Please let us residents be involved and help if you need it. And thank you for your attention and your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Larry Ariola.
Exploring the possibilities of selling the Civic Auditorium without notice of informing residents or seeking adequate public input is disturbing. It reminds me of the city's attempt to upzone Pico Boulevard without noticing Sunset Park residents, or moving ahead with 4th and 5th in Arizona without proper public input. Are trying to develop a corner of the airport behind Fire Station 5 to prepare for the relocation of the landscape department. These kinds of actions need to stop. It reflects arrogance that dismisses the rights of residents to be notified and give input to what happens in our city. Our city is not, our city is our city, not just your city. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Crane.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Madam Mayor, Mark Verville says he's donating his time to church.
Oh, all right. Okay, then you'll have 4 minutes, Ms. Crane.
Thank you. Good evening. Tricia Crane, Chair of Northeast Neighbors, speaking on behalf of our board and many of our members who are concerned that the City Council will meet tonight behind closed doors to discuss with a real estate negotiator the possible sale of the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. I refer to items 3E, 3F in the closed portion of this meeting. Our cultural legacy and future cultural potential are fast disappearing. The people of Santa Monica have not been told why such a sale is even being contemplated. Santa Monicans have not been informed of the scale of the financial hole that needs to be filled, what justifies its size, how fast it needs to be filled, nor what all the other options are. All we know is that the need for cash is so pressing that it justifies the irrevocable sale of an irreplaceable cultural asset that will be needed more than ever in our densifying city. But we have no way of assessing the priority trade-offs being made, none. There must be other options. The city's proposed fiscal year 2024 revenue budget was $747 million. Of that, $438 million, 59%, was for the general fund, which allows for completely discretionary spending decisions. Why could savings not be found from this massive pool of general fund money to replenish reserves or pay for whatever priority is driving decisions like those being contemplated tonight in closed session? These general fund revenues increased by $24 million, or 6% since fiscal year 2022. Department budgets have ballooned. For example, the city manager's proposed fiscal year 2024 departmental budget for consultants, professional services, has increased by $587,000, or 101%, since fiscal year 2022. Without any case being made to the voters, we have no idea if a sale makes any sense, nor do we have any idea of the structure for any proposed sale. For example, will the Civic landmark status be maintained in any transaction regarding its future? Will it be allowed to be torn down if sold? Also, on the proverbial chopping block in closed session tonight is a parcel the city owns near the light rail station on 4th Street. How will negotiations go for that parcel, which could be developed by the city into 100% affordable housing to meet state requirements, but instead, it is being contemplated for a sale to a developer who will likely produce 10% affordable housing and 90% market rate, as was done with Gelson's. Then there is the question of our compliance with state law, the State Surplus Land Act, an entire process, the compliance of which has not been disclosed. The overarching issue here is completely deficient governance. This fiscal responsibility deficit is a subset of a much larger governance deficit. Why should elected officials meet in secret to negotiate the sale of a public landmark without the respect to the voters who make a compelling case and without any public input? We ask this council to pull these items from tonight's closed session and engage in an open discussion of the realities and the options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Mr. Rubin, and before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Esther Hickman, Dr. Anna Rogers, and Joe DeRosa. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. We should give the Santa Monica Civic that extra mile of a public process. It deserves it. You've already been there. You've seen hundreds of the best people, Bob Dylan, Willie Nelson, T. Cotton On was there. Convention site, hydraulic floor, so much educational and cultural opportunities. I'm glad our former police chief, Mayor Butts, went the extra mile to save the Forum in Inglewood, and we should do that here. Welton Beckett deserves the best process we could do. I know we had Niederlander and we had Deborah Cohen Associates all ready to go when they pulled the redevelopment funding, but we've had hard times before and we came through. There's a lot of multi-millionaire people that were at the Academy Awards there that would chip in if we play our cards right, and multi-millionaire performers that would chip in as well. Public-private stuff could still save this. It's a gem. We were voted second best cultural artistic city in the country next to my hometown of Philadelphia. Let's live up to it and save that Civic Auditorium. It's up to us. It can still be done.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Esther Hickman.
Please consider allowing the public to participate in the discussions surrounding the fate of the Civic Auditorium. The venue is a priceless asset owned by the city and should be used as a vehicle to revitalize tourism, hotels, downtown commerce, and increased revenue for the city. The Civic was meant to serve its residents and the greater surrounding communities. There's a finite limitation from the good that can come from the two options on the table. There's no limitation to the upside of what a revitalized Civic Center can bring to our city financially and spiritually for our residents and for generations to come. Please consider solutions that can invigorate and unite our communities. Please do not fold to the economic and legislative challenges of our city. With Santa Monica's current reputation, this is not the time to rush into a finite sale and rob the city of more of its history and potential. The West Side needs a venue like the Civic, and this council is worthy of such a legacy. Thank you for all that you do for us, and please press pause. Please consider all the good that can come from bringing the Civic back to us.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Dr. Anna Rogers, and there's another name, Ms. Newsom, under 2, Ann T. after Mr. DeRosa, is that correct? Yes. It just shows up on a different item, but it looks like it's there. So after Mr. DeRosa will be Ann T. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your patience. Go right ahead.
Okay, I simply wanted to remind you of the importance of our vanishing landmarks and preservations. This could very well be a cultural center, a very important area that will attract tourists, good revenue for our city, and also would encourage you to make the discussions public and to remind you that community owns the land. Now, just speaking personally, this may be a done deal because several years ago, those in charge who were constantly in constant communication with victims of the Euler case decided to turn the other way, to look the other way, much like crime is happening right now. However, please don't make the same mistake. We are paying the price with looking the other way. It's costing us a fortune, and yes, selling it would pay off a lot of that lawsuit. I understand the practicality, but I'm asking you to reconsider other resources and options before you sell this beautiful landmark, which is public land. I also want you to consider what would go there instead. If you're thinking affordable housing, think again. We've heard that over and over and over. And anyone who claims that we have homeless because we need housing needs to get their IQ into the double digits and realize that these landmarks are precious and you're not getting anything affordable or that would help anyone in any way. But you will be making these wonderful billionaire developers and developer donors rich. So please take another look. And as Esther said, please push the pause button, reconsider, have public discussions about this, and thank you kindly for your time and listening.
Thank you. Mr. DeRosa?
Thanks, dear esteemed city council members. I don't really have a speech planned because I wasn't going to speak on this, but since it's here on the agenda, I'd like to support holding off on developing the Civic Center. I think it's a great music venue. I think the city needs more cultural event venues downtown. I think the $93 million estimate to repair or get it back into shape is really corporate bloat from the people who gave it to you. I've tried to get an appointment to take a look at it. I haven't been able to because they said you guys are in advanced negotiations. But you guys really don't have anything that's bringing people down here at night. And obviously I'm trying to do that with the Sears building. But I think if you combine the Sears building with the Civic Center and the pier, Santa Monica could compete for large scale events and conventions. Things like a Comic-Con or an Art Week could be held here. That's well over 150,000 square feet of usable convention space that could bring in week-long events to the area. And I think you should look at using those in conjunction. The city high school has great venues and stuff that could be rented out in conjunction with the Civic Center and other places for filming and production during the summer months when the schools aren't using it. And I think that opportunity isn't really being used. There's quite a lot that could be done with that space besides affordable housing. You don't need to use beachfront property just to meet the housing requirements or turn it into a gym. I think they should really be moving in the other direction and not using the valuable property that the rest of the world will be seeing as part of LA and will be part of their public relations. I think you need to keep these venues downtown and keep them used for things that enhances LA's reputation, help restore tourism, since Santa Monica has been the public image of LA's beaches for the last 50.
Thank you, sir. Ann T. There we go.
The Civic thing is a distraction. And you guys are dealing, I'd like an opinion from we should deserve an opinion from the city attorney as to why all of this is done behind closed doors when we're talking about two public entities with public funds. So I want to talk about the streetlights, which is on the consent calendar. And obviously we need them. And the history has told us that when there aren't streetlights, it provides an invitation for government to do whatever they want. And allow all kinds of things to happen to their citizenry because of the fact that they don't have streetlights. And the public safety issue is at hand. It doesn't matter how many police we have hired if we've got 50 more retiring. So, this is a way we understand to move us out. The people that I told you about earlier, the neighbors, one moved here 18 months ago, the other woman 6 months ago. They're both tax-paying citizens in the city, and they're ready to leave. Okay, but you guys love that because that is the transient community you got yourselves into. And you continue to perpetuate. And community policing doesn't work in a transient community. Thank you.
Right. I believe, Ms. Newsom, that completes all the speakers on item 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, then we'll close the public comment on item 2, and we'll call, at this point, I guess we need to do some agenda management. Staff is requesting that we pull item 3A and 10A. I'll make that motion. Can someone second that?
I'll second that.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we will pull those. And then just for the public's edification, we will be continuing boards and commissions annual appointments to the July 25th meeting because, as Councilmember Brock noted, he will be leaving. And as a matter of collegiality, we don't do those appointments without a full council.
And Madam Mayor, will that include item 16A?
Yes, I believe so. Yes. Yeah, because that is also appointments to the audit subcommittee. So we will do no committee or boards and commissions appointments without a full council. All right, at that point, yes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to add something to agenda management if I could.
Sure.
I'd like to request that we pull items 3E and 3F from the agenda tonight. And we also, anything to do with the Civic Auditorium should be pulled at this point. So I think that's 3E and 3F. I'd like to pull those two items.
I second.
All right, before we vote on that, I have a question. Those were previously declared, we have a time frame, don't we, under the Surplus Lands Act that we have to comply with? Maybe I should look at our city attorney for that. I mean, if we pull those items, at some point we have to discuss them because we have to respond under the Surplus Lands Act. Is that not correct? Oop, you have to turn your mic on.
There is a time for negotiations in order to lease the Civic Auditorium, even for the commercial purposes, like reusing it for a venue. We have to still clear the Surplus Lands Act because the state has determined that even leasing qualifies as surplus land. Therefore, we have to go through the negotiation hoops with the affordable housing providers first before we can continue negotiations for any other purpose. So if we were to stop that, what that does is basically stop the clock from ticking on the negotiation period, but it also stops the city's ability to do anything with the Civic Center auditorium. So it's unfortunate, but that's state law. That's part of the Surplus Lands Act. We did have that conversation with HCD, and we could not get over the fact that even leasing in accordance with HCD constitutes disposition of property.
So at that point, if we don't have the discussion tonight or sometime in the future, it'll just sit there.
It's just stalled, yes.
All right.
I'd like to postpone it till the July 25th meeting when I can be present. I think it's a crucial issue in the city, and so many residents are concerned. Is there, to the Assistant City Attorney, is there a problem with postponing it till the July 25th meeting? Is there any negative other than we can't do anything for 2 weeks?
It just,
or 1 week, sorry,
well,
1 week.
It tolls the clock again for another week, so it just means that, yeah, we'd have to give it an extra.
All right, thank you.
But it will remain on the closed session agenda because it is real estate negotiation, is that
That
correct?
is the reason why it was listed, because it is real estate negotiations.
All right.
Thank you.
So is that, okay, now I've got lots of people in the queue. Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah, I mean, I've said publicly, and I'll say it again here, I'm absolutely not interested in selling the property, but I am interested in proceeding with all deliberate speed to ensure that we use this for something that's a benefit to the community. And I'm just wondering, is there any downside for us to agree to at least discuss it in closed session and not take any action, and then take an action when Councilmember Brock is here? Would that help expedite the process or not necessarily?
Well, I think he's just now changed his motion to just postponing those two items until July 25th, when he'll
1
be
week.
here.
Okay.
When he'll
Until
be
I can
here.
be present at that point. If we have to go forward with, which we do, closed session item.
Right, because we did declare it surplus land in a public item, and so we have to now follow that process. Councilmember De La Torre.
Okay, here we go. I appreciate the motion, Councilmember Brock, because I also felt, from meeting with residents and hearing today's public comments, that it seems like we're missing a step, that the government and the residents do deserve a transparent process. And so I do, though, in the meantime, think that since we will wait a week, that the questions that were asked by residents today in regards to, why is this happening? What are the options? I think I'd like to move that staff prepare, like a question and answer sort of document, to lay the groundwork for these negotiations, because it doesn't, I don't know where we would land in terms of what will happen with the Civic Center, but definitely we know that we have to clear a bunch of hoops in order to do anything. Whether it's, even if we're just going to create park space or restore the Civic Center, we still need to clear those Surplus Land Act protocols. So in the meantime, I think we should get some of those questions answered, and I want to direct staff to put together a one-pager, so it doesn't have to be a long report, but just why is this happening? What are the options? Just answer some of the questions that were asked today that I thought were very important questions.
Is that a substitute motion?
Well, it could be.
We have a motion on the floor.
It could be a friendly amendment.
Do we need an amendment, or could it be just direction to staff once this is either postponed or not?
Well, why don't we let's do this. Let's deal with the postponement first.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that Councilmember Brock's modification, Councilmember Parra, is that friendly to you?
Yes.
All right. So all those in favor of moving these two closed session items to the closed session for July 25th? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. So that unanimously passes. Now, to address Councilmember De La Torre's questions, these have to be discussed in closed session because they are real estate negotiations. So Councilmember De La Torre, could you be a little more specific about what, I mean, we can't reveal the negotiations because that's to the city's detriment to negotiate in public. So what is it exactly you're looking for?
Well, to discuss the process, to talk, to discuss even why we have to do this, because there's Surplus Land Act criteria that the city government has to meet, answer that question. The financial picture, I mean, I don't know if there was questions about, well, are we doing this because we're having to meet some legal obligations? I don't think so. I think it's bigger than that.
Well, we had that discussion when we declared the civics. We already had this discussion in public regarding why we were declaring the civic surplus land. So I want to disabuse anyone of the notion that we haven't had that public discussion.
But we can document it so that would be in a one-pager. An FAQ, yeah, correct. Like on our website. We've done those before.
Is that something without, I mean, I know we're all super busy.
Yeah, especially on the Surplus Land Act, I mean, for sure.
How about this? Would there be a way for the city attorney's office to create a discussion, one page of the Surplus Lands Act process so people can understand where we are in the process?
We can certainly do that.
All right. And then post it on the city's website?
Yes, we can. We'll work with the city manager too on the process.
All right. And we can do that before the meeting next week on the 25th? All right. Does that meet your needs, Councilmember De La Torre? All right.
Yes, it
Thank
does.
you. Okay. Then we're through that. Now let's go to item 3, Ms. Newsom.
So 3A is being pulled. Item 3B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, deciding whether to participate in an amicus brief. Item 3C and 3D are both real estate negotiations pertaining to address located at 1636 Fifth Street, parking lot 29, 1636 Fifth Street, the Apple Building, and the Expo Terminus Line parking lot.
Right. We are pulling 3E and 3F.
And item 3G, conference with labor negotiator, agency designated representative, city manager David White, and chief people officer Lori Gentles, bargaining units, administrative team associates, IBT, California Teamsters Local 911, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, Municipal Employees Association, ASME Local 4819, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, SMART TD, Confidential Underrepresented Employees, and the Executive Pay Plan. And that concludes closed session.
All right. And in light of the changes we've made, Mr. City Attorney, when do you anticipate we'll be returning to open session?
I would say 7:45.
All right. So we will be returning at 7:45. Thank you very much. All right. Well, is my mic on? There we go. Thank you for being patient. We had a little more robust discussion in closed session than perhaps we anticipated, so we apologize for coming back a little late. At this point, I'll turn to the city attorney and see if there's any action that needs to be reported out of closed session.
There is no reportable action, and of course, items 3A, 3E, and 3F were not heard. That's
all right. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. I think at this we'll move on to agenda item 4, Ms. Clerk.
The city manager's report.
Ready? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. So a few announcements. Certainly been a while since we last got together. July is BIPOC Mental Health Month, which was created to bring awareness to the disproportionate amounts of historical trauma and displacement that have challenged how BIPOC communities remain sustainable and continue to thrive. This year's theme is culture, community, and connection, which are pillars that support and uplift BIPOC individuals when the dangers of oppression and systemic racism threaten the environments where BIPOC individuals live, work, play, and thrive. We continue to strive to make Santa Monica an inclusive community that fosters community and connection for all. And certainly, as many of you are aware, have traveled throughout the county, that the heat wave continues in many parts of LA, but we're oh so fortunate in Santa Monica. It's going to hopefully stay relatively cool with a minor risk of heat-related injuries. But we are asking everyone to please sign up for SM Alerts, and you can search SM Alerts on our website, santamonica.gov, so you can stay up to date if conditions change. And finally, I don't see him in the room, but I know he's here for the presentation tonight. I recently announced in mid-August that our Deputy City Manager, Anuj Gupta, will begin serving as our interim Department of Transportation Director upon Ed King's retirement in early August. Anuj has been a vital part of the city's leadership team during his tenure, and I will miss having him as my right-hand man, but I'm incredibly excited for him and the skills and talent he will bring to the department. Acting role, Anuj will continue to oversee on the rest of the duties.
We will discuss. Fish out my cheat sheet here. Oh, this is Carmela. Carmela's a 7-year-old spayed Chihuahua mix who came to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter on 6/16/23 with an injury to her leg that ultimately resulted in an amputation. It's no longer painful, but she is learning to get around fine on just 3 legs. I saw her the other day, and she's a doll. She's very friendly, low energy, and is looking for her new forever home. She's spayed, microchipped, and up to date on all of her vaccines. If you'd like to learn more about Carmela or adopt her, please visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. The phone number is 310-458-8595. And I was at the shelter just last week, and I want to report, as this council knows, we dedicated $10,000 of last year's discretionary funds to help with some physical renovations there. They are proceeding apace, and it's going to be just lovely when it's all finished. So hopefully we can all go visit and see the new space that the animals will have to run around in and meet their potential new families. And as always, if you can't afford or are unable to adopt a pet from the shelter, but you do have a pet and you utilize the Chewy.com app, you can donate food and other items to the shelter at their donate page on their app, and I encourage you, if you have the wherewithal, to do so. So thank you very much, and thank you, Carmela, for being so adorable. So now, I think the clerk has a question to ask us.
Yes. Do the council members have any reports on travel?
And again, because I believe multiple council members have been traveling, we have the Tony's Chocolonely Challenge. You will all be timed, and whoever is the shortest, still substantive but short, will win the chocolate for the evening. Whoever wants to raise their hand first. All right, looks like Councilmember Parra will be kicking it off.
So it's pretty timely to talk about the conference that we went to. We went to the National Association of Elected Latino officials in New York this last week, and it was really a wonderful opportunity to meet and to share experiences with other Latino elected officials. Our greetings were hola, ¿cómo estás? Mucho gusto. And to be able to share conversations and experiences about being on the dais and the work they were doing for brown communities, but also for, the communities as a whole that we represent. And so it was invigorating and really a great experience overall to be able to have the opportunity to be there amongst them, and really just some really great, interesting people that we met, but also the sessions were fantastic. And again, grateful to be able to have been there to represent Santa Monica. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parra. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I am everything from public safety, homelessness, housing, and economic recovery. About we learned from other. They are addressing the very same issues that we have here in Santa Monica as it pertains to homelessness, drugs, mental health, and economic recovery. So it was refreshing to hear some new ideas, comforting to hear that we're not the only ones out there dealing with the same issues. And it's always great to make connections and local leadership. We were able to hear the President's Cabinet, members of our U.S. government in their official roles, and we also discussed Decision 2024 and heard from presidential candidates. So it was a really awesome 40th annual conference.
Great. Thank you both for representing the city. Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I
weren't
went to the conference. I didn't get to make the full conference for a little travel issue, but I got to go on Thursday, and it was great. Everything that was said, all the great information. One of the takeaways is workforce development. Got to meet with some people that had a lot of good ideas around workforce development, so I'm coming back with a lot of ideas around that. And then also a good friend of mine that I went to college with, he is one of the, he works for a homelessness services provider in New York, and so it was really interesting sort of seeing all the challenges that they're dealing with. They are faced with serious challenges in the city of New York, public safety issues as well. So it was very, very good to get that information. But yeah, it's great to be great to be from Santa Monica, coming back from New York. I'll tell you that.
Really quick, I don't want to be remiss to mention that Tony Vasquez, a past mayor of Santa Monica, council member, and our BOE state representative, was one of the presenters on affordable housing, and that was pretty awesome to be in the room with him.
All right, and the winner of the Tony's Chocolonely Challenge is Councilmember Parra.
She has to share, though.
She's welcome to share. You'll all have to deal with her on that.
Like right now.
Exactly. All right, that takes us on to item 5, Madam Clerk.
Consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with the Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. And I would just like to clarify that items 5I and 5J should state approval of minutes. The language got cut off when it was reposted.
Oh, all right. And did we receive notice from any council members prior to the meeting that they wanted to pull any items?
Yes, Councilmember Terosas has requested that items 5K and 5L be pulled. Not L. Okay, just K.
All right. Do any other council members have late requests to pull? Not seeing any. I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar with the exception of item 5K.
Second.
All right, moved by Terosas, seconded by Zwick. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember De La Torre. Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
We will now move to.
Thanks. I just have a.
To the record.
Sure, I'm sorry, Ms. Newsom, my fault.
Approval of 6 modification to the construction contract with Hathaway Dinwiddie for the City Yards Modernization Project.
Thank you so much. So really appreciate that we're doing this. Think it's important. Had a couple of questions about how we've contracted out for this work. So I just want to clarify, we are contracting out to perform this work, correct? And so,
wait a minute. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. So yes, we have an existing design build contract for this work.
and when we typically go out to bid on those types of contracts, do we have any sort of requirements around hiring skilled and trained labor by the contractor?
We do not have specific skilled and trained labor requirements in this contract, to my knowledge.
Do we, as a matter of practice, and did we in this contract? I think that's my two-part question.
Right. So, I mean, we do have prevailing wage. Other than that, we do not in this contract.
Okay, and so we weren't working specifically to ensure that folks had some sort of minimum level of training, whether or came to us through union hiring halls?
No.
Is that something that we might want to consider in the future?
We would be open to considering it. I don't think we would need to understand the impacts to the project budget, schedule, et cetera. So yes, on future contracts we would be. On this one, because it wasn't negotiated, we would need some more information to be able to answer that.
I'm just asking because I wanted to know, like, as a matter of practice, what we're doing when we're going out to bid for these types of contracts. Just having seen like other local jurisdictions have that type of requirement in their documents for the type of labor that's being hired onto these. Obviously, that's on the contractor to then find skilled and trained labor, and I would anticipate that would lead to an increased cost.
Would imagine so. Yeah.
Just wanted to know if we've ever done that type of analysis or thought about that previously.
We have not done the specific analysis. I think staff would be happy to if we were given some time to do that, and we could come back with that analysis.
Okay, thanks. Those are my only questions.
All right. Do you want to move the item then?
Sure. I move that we approve item 5K for the sixth modification to the construction contract with Hathaway Dinwiddie for the City Yards Modernization Project.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Moved by Tarosa, seconded. I heard De La Torre first by a split second. And we actually have the buttons operating. So may we have a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. Mayor Davis?
And that concludes the. What is the next item, Ms.?
Input. Public comment. And first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And it looks like we have 4.
Yeah, I'm seeing 4 requests to speak. All right, so I'm going to call all 4 names at this time, and I would ask that people line up in the order in which I call the names. Madeline Hertz, Denise Barton, Ann Bowman, and Ann T. And when you come up, please state your name so people know who you are and what item you are speaking on. Ms. Hertz apparently is not here. Ms. Barton, please go ahead.
Good evening. On item 7A, your vision of racial discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination. And since it's the city and city council that seems to be so focused on race, are you the real racist, or is this just a voting ploy? Then there's your radical assessment tool, so you can categorize and try to divide the residents and property owners even more, judging them, because that's what you're doing, on the basis of race, ethnicity, tribe, income, geography, immigration status, language, gender identity status, religion, disability, and people experiencing homelessness. Is this another one of your divide and conquer strategies? I ask because of the racial cliques you've created for city employees at taxpayers' expense, of course. I personally believe city staff have more than enough benefits paid for by taxpayers, and to fund a plan and a department based on race for city employees doesn't help the people who live, work, or visit Santa Monica. The money could be much better spent on more sworn police officers and firefighters, and that business owners should not have to pick up after your neglect of public safety and have to pay for private security services on the promenade. Another example of how you've gone off the rails about race: when a police officer makes a pretext traffic stop, isn't it based on the vehicle of the driving and not the race of the driver? Finally, in America, I thought everyone was supposed to be equal. To have the same chance to make effort and succeed. That's what your message should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. I don't see Ms. Hertz. I do not see Ms. Bowman. I do see Ann T. So you'll be next.
Hi. So, 7A, the DEI thing, I'm particularly concerned with pages, I think it's 7 and 8 or 8 and 9 of the attachment, which is, again, asking folks to either about their sexual identities. Who's been in the system tell you that it's so invasive, necessary, that they too should divulge all of their PEI in order to get, I don't know, what is this, for $25,000 or something, and possibly going out to 24 groups or something like this? This is wrong. And the people who don't want to give up their information are persona non grata. Because they can't participate. So you're asking, what this really is an extension of the Well-Being Project, which started with Bloomberg. Okay, it came down from the World Economic Forum. This is more corporate push into our local government system. And we all know that what's happened over these past few years is that the corporations have taken and the people have lost. And now you're asking for more data on a population that doesn't want to give it. Some who are in the system, some who are not. And you're saying we're going to pilot this. No one knows where this came from.
Thank you. All right, seeing none of the other listed speakers being present, I'll close the public hearing on item 6, and that takes us to the next item. Ms. Newsom.
Item 7A, receive, update, and take action to advance racial justice, equity, and social diversity.
Oops, let me turn your mic on there.
Good evening. Nice to see everyone. We are going to begin with a land acknowledgement that was prepared for us by Cultural Affairs. So I'll start with that. With great respect, the DEI team acknowledges the Yativan, the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga that we now know as Santa Monica, honors their elders past and present, and the Yavitam descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribe. We recognize that the Gabrielino Tongva are still here, and as settlers and guests, Kuyam, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land. So thank you very much for having us here tonight. This is an exciting time for us.
And Ms. Parsons, can I just get you, I think this is the first time you've actually appeared before council in this new role, so can you identify yourself?
Hi, sorry. I'm Lisa Parson. I'm the Equity and Inclusion Manager for the city. I've been working for the city for 8 years in various and sundry roles. So very familiar with these chambers, but excited to be here in this role. I'm going to just press. this. Improve the quality of people's of staff that went to the and coordinating successive years of staff going through that training. I was one of the authors of the right to return policy that we prepared and then prepared in service of the housing department so that they could implement it. Was one of the leads on the PICO Wellbeing Project, which was one of the first projects that focused on a specific area and community for the city based on some equity gaps that we'd seen year over year. Wanted to do some specific and targeted work to kind of close those gaps. I also helped create the language access program for the city and was selected as a Racial Equity Action Institute Fellow by the Southern California Grantmakers. My wonderful team includes Delaney Benakama, who is there, also a GARE participant who helped really make sure that we had the Belmar History and Art Project that's right over there. Absolutely would not have happened without her raising it as something to be concerned about. Many of you have attended fabulous Black History Month celebrations. She is also the founder of those. She has helped create affinity groups for staff, has helped write an interrupting microaggressions training program for staff, and also was one of the leads in creating a SAMO mentoring initiative for staff. That's a really great initiative that's helping connect people who are at the early stages of their career with people who are farther up to help them see how they might chart a similar course. And our newest member of the team is David Gardnier, over there, wonderful shoes. He's also a GARE graduate. David has been an advocate for equity and social justice for a long time in his personal life before he came to this role. So he is both the founder of an affinity group for white staff to learn more about anti-racism and how they can be allies. He is the founder of the Fund for Reparations Now, which is a nonprofit that focuses on reparations policy, and he is also one of the leads for Out in Santa Monica. So just wanted to give you a little bit of an introduction of who's on this team, this newly created team. And like I said, we're all very excited to be working together and working for all of you. So I will turn it over to David to just do a little bit of why we want to do this equity work and why we need to do this equity work.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, Council. So for those folks who are wondering why city government, or why are we all of a sudden talking about race in government, or why do we need to worry about diversity, equity, and inclusion? I'm sorry, too tall for this. In a progressive place like Santa Monica, I just wanted to take a little bit of time to explain why this work is so important and to tell you a story. And for us as Americans, it really starts all the way back at the beginning. So since America's founding, we have always espoused very high-minded values such as equality, freedom, and justice. And if we had decided to live into those values fully, we might not need to be here tonight having this conversation. However, there has always been a gap between the America that we say that we are and, of course, with this group of independence that all men, unfortunately, they meant land-owning white men who they designated with more rights than anybody else. In fact, in this very same declaration, they referred to the indigenous peoples of this land as merciless savages. And it also turns out that that many of these men were, in fact, enslavers. So right out of the gate, we're already falling short of our stated value of all men are created equal, creating intentional advantages for some people and extreme disadvantages for others. And unfortunately, this discrepancy, which took place in Philadelphia in 1776, made its way all the way here to Santa Monica and is impacting us heavily even through today. As Lisa mentioned, Santa Monica is built on the unceded territory of the Tongva people, who were here well before 1776 and who were contending with white supremacy even before California was forcibly taken from Mexico in 1848. However, even after that, The Tongva people did not benefit from our all men are created equal ethos and have suffered greatly under the U.S. government. The federal government never ratified the treaties that they had negotiated with the Tongva after powerful interests lobbied Congress not to, making most of the Tongva peoples homeless in their own land in 1852. By 1853, the governor of California had launched a genocide on the Tongva people through the expeditions against Indians, offering $17.15 per body. Despite this intense discrimination, the Tongva people as a collective have survived and are here in our community today, though they still face many layers of structural and institutional racism and are often left out of our conversations on race and racial justice. Jumping forward to just this past century, all men are created equal did not apply to Santa Monica's once sizable Japanese American community. After the bombing of Pearl Harbor in World War II, many Santa Monicans began regarding their Japanese American neighbors as the enemy, even though they had done nothing wrong. Despite pledges of loyalty to the United States by the Japanese American Citizen League, Santa Monica's local newspapers relentlessly called for the immediate expulsion of Japanese from the area. By the following February, the federal government had begun to intern Japanese Americans in brutal camps up and down the West Coast, effectively destroying the city's Japanese American community, and most of them never returned to their Santa Monica homes again. All men are created equal was again ignored in terms of housing, both in Santa Monica and nationwide, impacting both Black and brown. The Federal Housing Administration, or the FHA, then drew lines around Alternatively, green lines were drawn around neighborhoods with racial exclusionary covenants that prohibited people of color from living there, including here in Santa Monica. This practice not only gave billions of dollars in financing to white-only neighborhoods, but also impacted city zoning policies and cemented the segregation created by these exclusionary covenants for years to come. So after locking residents of color into districts such as the Pico neighborhood through racial covenants, and then depriving them of the resources to buy and fix up their homes through redlining, Black and brown residents were again devastated by the construction of freeways through their neighborhoods. This phenomena occurred nationwide and also happened locally when the 10 freeway was built through the middle of the Pico neighborhood, displacing hundreds and creating a permanent and pollution-filled scar in the neighborhood landscape. Even if freeways were not originally slated to go through neighborhoods of color, they were often rerouted to go through to do so across the country when white communities leveraged their political power to alter the planned routes. Thanks to the recent collaboration between Snapchat and the Santa Monica History Museum on the Broadway Corridor project, we can now see through our phones the ways in which the 10 altered the Pico neighborhood and the faces of the people whose lives were changed because of it. These are just a few of the examples of the structural and institutional racism that have benefited white folks while harming Black and Indigenous people of color. As we can see, beginning from the very Declaration of Independence all the way through the Civil Rights Movement, government has intentionally and explicitly played a leading role in creating the racial disparities that we live with today. After the Civil Rights Movement, explicit racism in policy was no longer socially acceptable, and government adopted a race-neutral, colorblind approach to policy, at least on the surface. However, a nearly 200-year gap had already been created between white Americans and Americans of color, and that gap would be virtually guaranteed to continue without racially conscious interventions. And in many ways, that gap has unfortunately actually widened since the 1980s. Instead of colorblind policy, what the DEI team is proposing is that the city works to incorporate a racial equity lens to our work to proactively close these gaps so that all Santa Monicans can thrive, regardless of race. Zooming into the individual level, this is what that harm created by government looks like in the lives of people of color today. As you can see from the illustration, though the woman of color and the white man have the same distance to go to reach success, the white man has fewer obstacles in his path, and none of them were placed there as a result of his race. A racial equity and explicitly government is going to need to be just as explicit in creating the solutions that solve these inequities. Sitting with the weight of this task can be daunting, and there is no doubt that after hundreds of years of racial disparities, undoing them is going to take time and involve a lot of complicated emotions in the process. This is difficult work, to be sure. But setting these wrongs right is exactly why I went into government, and it's what keeps my colleagues, Lisa and Delana, working for positive change as well. As the newest member of this team, I have so much respect and so much deep gratitude for the hard groundwork that these two women have done to lay the foundation so that all of us can have a more equitable future. And I feel so lucky to be working with them. I'm now going to turn it over to my dear colleague, Delana, who will tell you more about the successes that they have had a part in leading so far.
Thank you, David. So I want to talk about some of the foundational work that we've done over the past 6 years. Staff have undergone training and undertaken many projects to advance racial equity. And it all started in 2017 with staff from various departments who started participating in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as GARE, and who also underwent a 1-year training in racial equity work. And staff from our GARE cohorts have been, they've originated or been heavily involved in a lot of the projects that you've seen around the city, including the PICO Wellbeing Project, Right to Return, Belmar History and Arts, and then also different trainings on racial equity in addition to the Language Access Program. Now, in 2020, after the world bared witness to the murder of George Floyd, the city of Santa Monica, like other municipalities, started investing more resources in this work. And so some of those resources include 2 positions that were dedicated to equity work. That's Lisa and my position. The city council adopted the racial equity statement that the GARE cohorts worked on. The city council approved formation of the Racial Equity Committee and also the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. And then also we rolled out additional affinity groups that have been helping with our anti-racism work and have just been support for staff who have different identities. And we also rolled out a policy related to those groups and have since had other groups who have decided to form. And then also we have the Black Agenda, which is a group of Black community leaders who are doing anti-racism work and equity work in the community, and they have since formed the Santa Monica Black Lives Association. We've offered to members, and then also Affairs Division. Community forums, and one of the affinity groups just held an event for Juneteenth where we talked about Black emancipation and how people are still fighting for that. I'm not going to list all of the projects on this screen, but this just kind of gives you an idea of all the work that's been done since the Racial Equity Committee formed. This is a committee, as Lisa mentioned earlier, that is led by the both of us. And so we've had some really great initiatives that are currently ongoing and some that we've already rolled out, including, the Bank of DEI questions that are used for job interviews. And also, we have a group of affinity group leaders who are working on the first affinity group summit that's coming soon. Public Works is in the process of working on an equity plan, and they've also been involved with a training on all gender bathrooms, in addition to working with Out in Santa Monica and some other departments on that. So we have quite a lot of things going on. And I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Back briefly. Everyone's taller than me on the team. So what have we learned since we started focusing in on equity? One of the things that we learned and that I saw in my work in previous roles through data collection and that I see now when I go to update data is that in Santa Monica specifically, we have persistent equity gaps by race, gender, and identity. That's as far as home ownership, as far as education, as far as income levels. Everywhere we look, when we used to measure things in well-being, sense of connectedness in the community, every single measure that we looked at, we always saw the same gaps. We sort of realized we had an equity tool on our hands because we were really starting to understand people are not experiencing Santa Monica in the same way. What we also know is that there is deep community commitment to this work. In the information item that we provided to you all previously, there was a list of dozens of organizations who have been focused on equity, who have been really carrying that flag for the city, bringing people together, trying to find ways to support each other, et cetera. We have deep community commitment. But the patience for these community advocates is running low because our strategy up until this point has been really point-in-time projects. We focus on one community, we finish that project or we don't. We move on to the next community. We've sort of been following a squeaky wheel approach to equity, candidly. And that's no way to do this work, right? We need to make sure that we're being inclusive, that we aren't leaving one community in the dust while we focus on another, and that we really want everybody to come together. The other thing we know is that there is deep organizational commitment for this work as well. When we first started doing the Racial Equity Committee, we were thinking about who would be great, right? Everybody had at least one or two staff members that we knew were doing something, providing childcare for their meetings, sure that there's food, because people who are working, people throughout every department who have been to, but we do not have a citywide plan. So we're not moving in concert, we're not amplifying our efforts. It's a lot of people trying to do what they can. So where do we go from here? We have built a strong foundation for the city over the last 5 years. We have done a lot. I think we listed close to 30 projects in the info item and then more in this staff report. And that's really from the three of us and a few more people working until this year on the side, on our lunch breaks, meeting after work to say like, all right, what if we can do this? Do you think you could do this? We did a lot of this work as a bonus for our jobs. And through that, we did a lot. We really did build a strong foundation. But we know there's more we can do. We know we can learn from other municipalities and consider what's possible here. What's great about working in local government is we're all facing the same kind of boundaries, challenges, rules, right? And so we don't always need to start from scratch. We can look to other cities and say, well, how did they do that? One of the nice things about the GARE network is you can literally go in and say, will you show me your MOU on how you did that? And people will give it to you. And so we know that there are some ways that we can really advance some projects more quickly by building on what other people have done. Last thing I'll say before I pass it over is that we really are ready to bring together the community, staff, all of you, and establish priorities that will bring large-scale change to Santa Monica. As I said, we've done a lot. We want to do bigger and better, and I think we are at a good point to start that process. So we'll let Delana share some of the learnings that we've seen across the nation.
Okay, so many jurisdictions across the country have implemented restorative justice measures, and the city of Santa Monica can learn from these things, and I'll go through a few of them with you tonight. So the city of Evanston rolled out a restorative housing program to address discriminatory housing policies and practices, and also the city's inaction over a span of 50 years starting in 1919. And the goals of the program include increasing Black home ownership and building generational wealth. And I'm sure that you've seen the 2019 survey that the Federal Reserve did that showed that the wealth of a typical white family is 8 times the wealth of a typical Black family. So that's why programs like this are being implemented. Other goals are improving Black home owner retention rates, revitalizing Black owner occupied homes, and building intergenerational equity among Black residents. And so as part of the program, people receive $25,000 toward one of the areas that you see up on your screen. And they include down payment / closing cost assistance, and then most recently, direct cash. $1 million. Now, the city of St. Paul and so the first initiative, and so as part of this program, there's a savings account open for each child born to a resident on or after January 1st, 2020. And they receive a $50 seed deposit and then a $10 bonus deposit every month. And then the funding sources are many, but they include city funds and staffing, local community foundations that provide funding, corporate foundations and donors, and also individual donors. The second initiative is called People's Prosperity Guaranteed Income Pilot, and this is also open to college-bound St. Paul enrollees. And as I previously mentioned, these enrollees receive the bank account for their children, and then they also receive the $500 monthly payment for essentials, including food and housing. And then the program lasted for 18 months and then served 150 families. And the funding sources for this program include a mix of public and private dollars. And then finally, the last program is called College Bound Boost, which again is open to the college-bound St. Paul enrollees. And families receive $500 in guaranteed monthly income payments for 2 years, $1,000 deposits in each child's college-bound St. Paul savings account, and 333 low-income families were served. And the funding sources are $4 million in American Rescue Plan funds and $1 million in charitable funds. And I just want to mention that the families that are enrolled in these programs have a great need, and the city had done research that found that families that are of color or people of color are disproportionately affected and disenfranchised as far as education is concerned. So that's one of the reasons that this program was stood up by the city. And then also the city of Durham rolled out an expunction and restoration program. And that program is to provide relief from court debt to people whose driver's licenses were suspended because of an inability to pay traffic fines and fees. And again, this city did an analysis and found that the people who were disproportionately affected and had their driver's license suspended were people of color in the city. And so even the district attorney mentioned that these people rely heavily on driving. And so some of them live in neighborhoods where the neighborhoods are not walkable. They need to have access to a car to do groceries because of food deserts and things along that nature. And so that's one of the reasons that this program was implemented, and it's still ongoing. And so again, these people receive free legal assistance with the license restoration and expunctions. And it's for folks who have county criminal justice fines and fees over that who had suspended driving. Okay, and so the city of Long Beach is another city that I researched, and they have a cannabis equity program that provides equitable opportunities for people who have been negatively affected by the war on drugs. And I think we all know that people who have been disproportionately affected are people who identify as BIPOC. So the city rolled out this program to provide opportunities in 3 areas for people who they call equity applicants. And so for the first one, it's related to business ownership. And people interested in opening a cannabis business, they receive guidance to help them through the application process. And this includes free workshops that they can attend. They receive fee waivers, expedited application and facility plan check review. The next opportunity is employment opportunities. For people who want to work in the industry, the city connects them to adult use cannabis businesses, and those businesses are required to hire equity employees for at least 40% of the work hours performed at the businesses. And the last one is community reinvestment. And so every adult use cannabis business is required to submit plans detailing how it's going to reinvest in the communities affected by the war on drugs, and also how it will support some of the community priorities, which include child and youth development, violence prevention, and economic inclusion. And the last thing that I'll talk about is, the considerations that we have in Santa Monica. I won't spend too much time on this, but staff from the Community Development Department came to you last month to talk about adult use cannabis, and they're working on an ordinance to allow the conversion of the existing medicinal cannabis retailers to adult use for later this year. And then they're also commencing a cannabis equity study to help inform future policy options that would benefit people who had previously been affected by the war on drugs. So I'll turn it back over to Lisa.
Thank you, Delana. So we're ready to move forward. We are nothing if not impatient. And so even though we know we need to do the legwork and do the groundwork to build a comprehensive citywide equity plan, we did want to identify some things that we could start doing now. One of those things is strengthening staff expertise through additional implicit bias trainings, through interrupting microaggressions trainings. There are civility trainings that we'll be offering that help people understand how to engage with people from different cultures, et cetera, and how to redress a mistake, right? I think one of the things that we really try to do with our training approach is make it a space where it's all right to say equity is not helping it. That all, and so we are really committed to creating space for staff to have these discussions. We also want to start providing opportunities for boards and commissioners to have these opportunities to have these discussions, and just expand it however we can. We think that, the 3 of us can do what we can do, but every person in city staff can do something, even if it's just learn something, right, about a culture or a person that they weren't familiar with before. Another thing that we're going to do this year is assess our impact. These are the equity impact assessment tool that you saw in the appendix of our report. This is not something new. I got my start in government in New York City, and we did equity impact assessments then, and that was in the early 200s, I'm not that old, 2000s. I just want to speak to some of the things that developed from doing those equity impact assessments. It's really looking at readily available data most of the time. And things that we did as a result of those impact assessments include, there was a Trader Joe's going into a neighborhood. We looked at the demographics of the neighborhood, realized there were a lot of seniors in that community who would likely like to shop at that Trader Joe's, but they really got stressed crossing the intersections. So we added more seconds to the time that people had to cross the intersections. We also made sure there was enough space for people to use walkers when they're going in and out of the store. Small things like that end up being very inclusive. There were other projects where we realized there were a lot of people for whom English wasn't their first language. So we put bilingual signage up, right? Small things like that that just show we know you're here. We want you to be part of this city and what we have to offer. And so we can proactively provide this for people rather than having situations where people have to, I don't ever want anybody to have to call us to say, right, we've been excluded and this is hard for us. If we can, we should try to take that into account while we're planning and then just include people from the start. So that's why we wanted to pilot this equity impact assessment tool, just to figure out how can we be more inclusive with what we're doing. Doesn't change any projects that we're going to do, just changes the tone or the flavor of how we might do them. The other thing that we want to do is create a grants for equity program. As you all know, the We Are Santa Monica Fund raised a lot of money. Some of that money was set aside for equity purposes specifically. And we also are going to be receiving funds from the Out of Home project on an annual basis starting in 2025. What I have seen working here and what I've seen looking across and so we really want to develop. We will continue to work on figuring out all the details of that. The out of home money, like I said, won't be coming until funds that are making a difference in our community. But we also have to move forward. So the three of us have projects that we would like to do, but we know that we need to focus. So our goals this year are to meaningfully engage our community and honor their commitment to equity. When I say our community, I do mean every aspect of our community. I think we do a great job of engaging some groups. I think we also don't hear from other groups. And so while there are some in the community who have told me, we don't want to go to another meeting. We don't want to tell you anything else. You know, when I looked at that, when we were looking at our presentation today and I was thinking about what happened with the Japanese community, I don't know that we've ever done anything to engage the Japanese community that's still here or the Japanese community that was displaced. And I take responsibility for that as much as anyone else. As one of the people who helped create the Right to Return program, we probably should have included our former Japanese residents in that program. But as I said, we very often focus on emerging things that are coming at us rather than taking a step back and really doing a holistic view of what do we need to repair, right? Where are the pain points for each community? So that is the reason why we are committed to doing a deeper community engagement process before developing the plan. As we reach our community, we want to both understand the urgent equity priorities for specific communities and hopefully identify shared priorities. You know, we have heard a lot from communities over the year. We do know some of the tentpole issues, right? You guys hear about them every week in these chambers, and we don't deny that. But what we know is that we're going to need to prioritize our action plan, right? Because there's limited resources, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to make sure we're having the greatest impact for the people who need it the most. Once we do all that, then we can create a citywide equity plan and share that, and that'll kind of shape the work going forward in the city. So our phase one is community engagement, as I said. We will have a kickoff panel discussion. Everything that we do on a city perspective will be in person and virtual. We want to make sure whether you have different abilities and it's hard for you to come here, or whether you're simply not comfortable, that there's ways for you to participate. We want to really focus on strategic allyship, and the reason for that is our former way of working, where we did squeaky wheel, has really created some fissures in our community that we need to repair. There are a lot of groups in the community that think that they're in competition with other groups in the community to get attention or services. And we don't want to work that way anymore, and we don't want the community to feel that way anymore. So we really want to make sure that we have representation from all races, ethnicities, identities, and abilities. The other thing we know is that people don't always want to come to city meetings. I don't know why. They're so fun. But they don't always want to come. But they have a lot to share. When I did work in well-being, we did a microgrant program, and We did 8 projects, and those 8 people went out and engaged 626 residents. About things that wouldn't otherwise. These meetings are included. There is childcare that might be needed, or food that might be needed, or interpretation or translation that might be needed. We want to facilitate those meetings in people's backyards, in people's front yards, people's wherever it is. We'll give them a standard documentation packet so that we can collect everything they learned in those meetings and incorporate that feedback into our equity analysis as well. Right? We need to hear from everybody, and we can't use a one-size-fits-all approach to hear from everybody. And so that's really what we're going for with this portion of the plan. And of course, we encourage council to attend any meetings they would like or host any meetings that they would like, because we really do want our residents to know that this is something that's important to us as a city organization. In phase 2, we will dig into analysis. We will review all of the input from the community. We will collate all of the issues that are raised by each group, identify the frequently named issues, and then share the top concerns with departments to collate the existing programs and policies that address challenges. One of the things that we also see a lot here is people saying, well, I wish we had this program. And then I look and I'm like, oh, we do have that program. So we don't want to end it with that, right? That's not an end to a conversation to say, oh, we already do that. But we do want to make sure that when we go back to the community that they're really familiar with all of the things that are available to address their primary challenges, what we're doing, and that will help them also identify what gaps they think, right? If you have this program, how come I've never heard of it? Maybe it's a different outreach approach, or maybe it's a different application design. There's a lot of things that could be adjusted to make our existing programs more accessible to people, and sometimes we may need to do something different. So as I said, we will then go back to the community, share a briefing document of the primary priorities that were raised by the community, all of the programs that are available and offered by the city to address those things. And we really want to do some collective solution building. One of the lessons that I learned in the PICO Wellbeing Project was that we were speaking a lot to Latino community members, and they were saying that they wanted to see more economic opportunity. And we did the old way, right, which is to say, oh, well, we have the Hotel Workers Association, we have a new vending program. And what they told us was, no, we want to work in tech companies, right? We want to work at banks. Those are not solutions to what we're saying. So we want to make sure that the solutions that we're moving forward are really responsive and in line with people's vision for themselves and what they want out of their lives. Nothing negative said, especially to Anuj, about the vending program or the hotel workers program. I think we have some great programs, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't create new things. Then we come back to you all. We will finalize our analysis and come back and present the priorities and the proposed solutions to you for your direction and prioritization. As I said, we can't do everything at once, so we will really rely on you all to figure out where should we start. We are going to create an equity task force with lucky team. We will be their capacity. We are going to offer ourselves to those departments on a 3-month to 4-month basis to help take on the load of researching these things, to help draft plans if people need that help, to, serve as subject matter experts if they need that. All just so that we can start really having these projects move and not be sort of on pause because of reduced capacity or other challenges. To keep ourselves accountable to our community after we do all of this community engagement, we will also create a community engagement coalition. We want that to meet at least quarterly to stay aware of emerging equity concerns, report back to them on what we're doing. I think that's another thing that we could do better with is we take something on, we get really busy with work, and then we don't update the community for a really long time. And so I think having a regular touch point where people can get those updates from us is really important. And as I said, if there are emerging equity concerns, by all means, we want to hear about those early before they become, pronounced. That is the end of our presentation. We do recommend that you review and comment on it and direct us to proceed with the implementation of the plan as you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parson. All right, so we'll begin with questions from council. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, you're first in line.
Well, first, I just want to say that, first of all, that was so thoughtful, so thorough, and you articulated it in such a way that you hit like every single point. I first met you when I was on a commission. So.
That's right.
You're really good at explaining things. You all are. And I commend you for the work that you're doing because this is so important. And you guys really dug really deep and didn't just hit the surface. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out, there's equality and there's equity. And in some instances, we can't control, equity is everyone's given the same opportunity, and equality is everybody's treated the same no matter their differences. And oftentimes we can't control equality because those are the biases, and it sounds like we're addressing microaggressions through training. Equity is a tough one because that does go back to generational wealth and education. And some of us who may present a certain way in the community, however, ethnically, are much different than maybe majorities in certain situations deal with class issues and I want to know, are we looking at education? I know it was touched on a little bit, but I hear a lot about race and a lot about when you say how you identify or your ability, I wonder if we're looking at that because that's really important. And, when you come from immigrant families or just families who didn't have the generational wealth or means, or culturally just weren't given the opportunities to be educated to a certain degree, that creates multiple generations of that. As you're put at a disadvantage, even opportunity without that too, historical equity. So it sounds like you're being. Are you thinking multiracial, but presenting Caucasian? It can be difficult because on the face I might be treated differently in a room than other people, but then when it gets down to it, your own insecurities and your lack of presents itself in very many ways. So I just wonder if you guys have thought about that.
We absolutely have. It's something that I first really learned about deeply starting to work here because I was talking to somebody from a private school, very desirable private school, and they were talking about how difficult it was for kids from the Pico neighborhood who had the grades, right? They looked right to get into that school, but that they had so much difficulty staying in that school because of cultural differences, because at home their lives were very different. And so we know, right, that, presenting one way may give you a little bit of advantage, but you still have different circumstances that you're dealing with. And then sometimes that's harder because people don't know, right? If you look at me, you're probably going to account for some things. You might be wrong because my parents were actually quite successful. But right, there's a certain perception that happens when the identity is very visual, and there's a different thing that happens when it isn't, and we absolutely do intend to be very mindful of that as well.
So is that being brought up specifically? Because being mindful is one thing, and I'm not saying, I don't mean it in any disrespect, just it's something I think about a lot, maybe because it's close to me specifically, but like my mom sent me to a school on another side of town, and while the intention was to have good benefits for me, it actually in some ways was the opposite effect because I didn't share in the same wealth. And so whether it be that, the racial conversation or the exclusion from a racial standpoint, once they saw, the skin color of my mom or whatever,
right,
was one thing, but it was the conversation, the vocabulary, the English dialect that's used in certain homes versus others, even if you speak the same language, even if English is not a second language, it's the way even on the dais it happens, like, depending on your formal education and your background, you may have a conversation and converse a certain way and exclude people without realizing it. And it's not the most obvious thing. It's very obvious and easy to look at, race, skin color, gender identity issues, but those other issues are not so present and obvious. I'm just curious how you guys will dive into that work without just sort of giving it thought, but because I think those are insecurities that debilitate people. And just on that note, when we were talking about some of the programs, I hope we look at small businesses and how that affects them, because oftentimes we look at micro grants and those don't really get anybody anywhere. And I know that's tough, but I hope we're looking at federal grants and how to partner and do public-private partnerships to really give meaningful financial backing to help people become successful. And I really appreciate that you pointed out that for the Latino community, it's not about just being a vendor or part of the hotel workers, that there are other that goes to equity. They'd also like to have access to
the framing of the sort of show up here and then show up there, what that does to someone, right? It's going to dig into a lot of topics that we don't usually talk about because we really do want to bring daylight to that. And I think it can be really challenging to connect with people if you don't feel seen, right? And so if people are just sort of assuming your identity and then making, judgments about how you got where you were, whatever, that's hard, right? You're not being seen. People aren't really connecting with you. And we really, really do want to start bringing people together. The Community Equity Coalition will also continue to dig into these topics because it's not a one-time conversation, right? And so we plan to always have, invited speakers and guests and things like that to make sure we keep these topics alive. David and I are on the implicit bias training team, right? And we don't kid ourselves that we did the training once and now everybody's got it. Right? That's not how it works. And so what I can say is just that we're going to continue to spread awareness about these themes, continue to try to find ways to connect people, to have people feel seen, because I think that's how we get the work done.
And hopefully when you do group breakouts, you can create, maybe there are groups that are just around education.
Absolutely.
And generational wealth.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Thank you very much. I think it's exciting because, we hear DEI a lot in government right now. That's like the new buzzword. But really it's like just this, we're talking about, from the history of this country. And I'm glad that you brought a lot of the history up. I think that was really good. It's a continuum, right, of people fighting for their rights in this country, their constitutional rights. But also, to make this country live up to the principles espoused, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and so forth. So it's very important work. I'm thinking of a couple. There's a lot, to digest, because obviously these issues are very complex. And being a man of color who grew up in Santa Monica's Pico neighborhood, I have I'm sitting here listening to all this, and it's just like, it feels good and then it feels bad. It's like we're talking about equity in Santa Monica, and I started writing a long list of inequities in Santa Monica and all the ways that it's impacted people that I've, been born and raised with, everything, decisions that this government has made, like decisions right now, and then there's a lot of exclusions as well. And I don't want to pick on any of it, but like the City Hall murals, for example, which I think is a very important discussion that we've had, didn't make the list, maybe I missed it, but in any case, did it make it or? Okay, it's there. All right. For some reason. Okay,
that's the reframe project.
Okay, great. Approach. So, going into all the negative. Or city government. When you run a government, right? Our job is to be a governance team and manage this city and the city's resources. What does it look like when it's really, when we're really providing equal opportunity for all, right? When we're really, where our government, our staffing patterns reflect the diversity of our demographic, for example. things that seem simple but are very hard to get to. So I'm thinking, what are the metrics? Like, how do we measure our success, in key areas? And that's one thing that's really important for me. Like, I can look at the things that the government has control over, right? Like there's, the public sector has control over some things. To me, the most important thing that we do here, well, there's a lot, but some of the most important things for me is employment, like everything from recruitment to promotions. If we did like an assessment of the last 20 years, because you can look at like the last 5 years and that's not fair. You have to look at the last 20 years. And if we go deeper in the last 100 years, we already know the answer to that. But even like the last 20 years, and we look at all the department heads. Let's just take like planning, for example. How many people of color are in the planning department? This is the department that makes all the decisions on the most important issue. Some would argue it's something else, but development, I think, is probably the most important issue in the city of Santa Monica in terms of the millions of dollars, the power, the impact, the politics. Development still is a very key, driving force in terms of economic opportunity, housing, all that, right? So if you look at, our departments and how diverse are they, and really assess it, I think it'll tell a story. The data doesn't lie, right? That's one thing. Then we look at procurement. So we are the biggest business in the city of Santa Monica. Just today we spent, I don't know how much money we spent. We spent how much, like maybe, I don't know, millions of dollars. Every city council meeting, contracts, $500,000 contracts. All right, let's do an assessment of how diverse is that in terms of the vendors that we do business with. How many people of color, minority, women-owned businesses, even local businesses. Small businesses, for example, here in the city of Santa Monica. Let's look at doing that type of analysis as well, because that provides tremendous opportunity, right? Then there's a couple of things that I think are really important in terms of direction. Like, we really don't have a strategy on how to engage our public education. Like, I didn't see it well articulated, but I know that, I served 18 years on the school board. Mm-hmm. We talk a lot about this. We talk about, test scores, and we start, and I'll be honest with you, it was very little change. There's been a program here and there. Some programs are really successful in the city of Santa Monica, but overall, just from my view of the last 20 years in terms of test scores, Black and Latino students are still at the bottom of the barrel. And in terms of math, all students aren't doing so well, So things haven't changed so super, like we've done better than any other. So education for me is really who came, so I'm not just, poverty. Divorce, that's hard, for education. That we were given and provided allows us to be in positions of power. So then the big thing for me is what does the partnership look like with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, Santa Monica Community College, and even some of the local universities like UCLA, which also they are right now, especially now with the decision from the Supreme Court on affirmative action, mm-hmm. They're definitely going to be on the hook of how do you sustain some diversity, at the higher education level, but then allows, all the other, lawyers, and then you get lawyers, and then lawyers become judges. And so, if you don't address, diversity in the undergraduate level, you're not going to get, judges. And so, for us to think and be mindful of that, because workforce development, I'm glad that you brought up that story of like, hey, we went to the Latino community. Hey, because I've heard this too. We have a bunch of jobs in hospitality, hotel jobs, and like you said, not putting any of that work down. I think it's great work, but definitely we are in the high tech sector. We call this Silicon Beach, and if you do an assessment there, like what is the diversity of the workforce in Silicon Beach? I bet you it's not that diverse. You know what I'm saying? For women and for people of color, right? So. The last thing I think, so as for what does it look like in terms of like working with the community college, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District to create these career pathways to expand opportunity, access and opportunity to those high paying jobs that will allow people to pay the rent, all the rent that, the housing that's growing, if it's not affordable, it's market rate, and that market rate housing, you're not going to afford it, not even on a teacher's salary, and that's sad to say, so, and that brings me up to another point of like workforce development. We can grow our own teachers as well. I've talked about that on the school board, but there's some concepts that we have some teachers and get them to get some, some good jobs. So I'd like to see some metrics in all those areas, because one thing, there's like symbolism and substance, like it's great, to get like, a park named or whatever, or a statue here, or even a mural up in City Hall. That's great. All that matters. Symbols matter. But substance matters a lot as well, to provide not just hopes and dreams, but ways and means, as Bob Marley says, And so trying to figure that piece out, I think, is really, really important, because I think that to me is where I'm going to be very proud, to say, hey, look, the city of Santa Monica, we're doing a lot of good work, and we have metrics to measure the work, and, our work, it's impacted already our workforce, our procurement policies and practices. We have, something going on with our schools, our public schools, where we're creating job opportunities, for people that have historically not had access to those jobs, and then small business opportunity as well. And the last thing I want to say on that is, with the private sector. So there's a lot of development in the private sector, and I had a conversation with someone, a developer in the community, and he was talking about job opportunities, and I met a young man in the community who was interested in that type of career pathway, construction management, and made that connection. And I started thinking to myself, that would be really good for everyone, all parties involved. Like if the private sector says, hey, we want to hire locals. We want to hire more people from the community, especially from the Pico neighborhood, let's say, because, we think that's the right thing to do. So how can the city sort of incentivize that, strengthen that? What can we do, to partner with the private sector? So like a public-private, sector partnership, so that we can expand job opportunities, training, so forth, So anyway, I think what we're on is a very good start. I look forward to the discussions and the dialogues. I know that that council can get engaged as well. Host, for example, I'd love to host and be a part of that process. I've been doing it off the city council, it seems to me, for like 30 plus years here in the city of Santa Monica. So I'm really excited to be in this chair, on the verge of really, I think, creating a standard, right? Sort of an example of what city governments can do, because we have, we have resources. This is not a poor city. We're a resource-rich city. So I think we can do something that we can all be proud of, and I really want to, look at those metrics in those areas as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Our plan will absolutely, if anybody knows me, probably include too many metrics, because I want to prove it, right? I do not like lip service. There are things that we're working on that I'm not talking about tonight because they're not done. And people do throw around equity a lot. People do love to talk about DEI a lot, but we really want to prove it. And the other thing that's important about that is we really are focused on transformational change at this stage, right? We want to make it to where whether I work here or she works here or you guys are here, right? The same opportunities remain available for people. And so I just appreciate all of the areas that you hit. I did want to give you a positive update, which is I am on the review committee for procurement equity reform. They are currently doing that in the finance department. And I've gotten to look at some of the submissions for that, and it's very encouraging. I think there are people with deep expertise in doing that and figuring out how we can be more inclusive and who can, I don't know if you guys have been on Planet Bids, it's very complicated. And so figuring out how we can simplify some of those barriers to entry, figuring out different ways that we can be more inclusive with our procurement practices, because as you said, right, that's millions and millions and millions of dollars, and that's opportunity for people. So we are trying to move things as much as we can now. We're not on pause, but we do really look forward to building this bigger plan.
Great. Councilmember Terosas.
I just wanted to clarify, are there public comments on this item, or are we just in questions at this point?
Well, we were just in questions, but we apparently have morphed into questions and comments. So
I'll just
take it away.
No, it's fine. I'll stick to questions. So, thank you so much for this. I think I've said it privately and publicly. This is extremely important to the reason I came to government, just to Mr. Gardinier's comment. So thank you for putting this forward tonight. When your team is going into a department, so you mentioned like you're going to lend yourselves out to different departments, is your general goal to review, kind of audit, if you will, all of their policies, processes, and make sure that they are equitable in the way that they're doing hiring and all of their like legal documents and their policies and procedures internally within the department? Like, are you going to be creating a standardization across the city or no?
No.
Okay, tell me a little bit more about what you're going to do when you
Absolutely.
go in. Yeah.
So what we're going to be doing with these departments, right, is very often there are new policies that people want to see. And new policies take a really long time to develop, largely because of the workload of everybody in those departments. So right to return is a great kind of case study for how this works. We went to housing and we said, you know, we've done 3 years of GARE. This is such an important thing. We really think you should do it. And they said, we agree, and we do not have the staff.
Got it. Okay.
And so we said, we will do that work for you. And we will consult with you to make sure it works for your team to implement. But we really want to be sort of gas in the tank for these departments to start these projects and be able to move them. I think if we started out as an audit function, we would probably not be very well liked in the city and not make as much progress as I do think we can make, because that was our first real collaboration with housing, and the relationship has been better since. I think just like with training, right, there's this sense of gotcha around equity. There's the same sense in departments that like, oh, they're going to come and they're going to tell us that we're terrible and we're doing it all wrong. That's not where we're coming from. We're really progress focused right now. So I do know the things that you mentioned are part of progress, right? We need to make sure we're doing all of those things. But with a team the size of ours and with the dreams the size of ours, what we really want to start focusing on first is just showing people that it can be done by getting them started.
Okay, so like you wouldn't be going in to help people figure out how to do like a nexus assessment if they're hiring someone with a criminal background, for example?
If they asked us to, we would, right? If they said that that was their priority, we absolutely would.
I would just say to the city manager, I hope that we're going to be doing some of that work, because I would anticipate that you have different documents in different departments that might need to be standard, or different processes that might need to be standardized in the name of equity. Okay. And then you mentioned metrics. I would have to agree with some of those comments, and I think I've said that to you before. Are you planning on publishing any sort of publicly available dashboard, or can you tell us about the dashboard that already exists?
There is a dashboard of employee demographics that was created by Human Resources. It's very detailed, actually. It looks at demographics by department. It looks at demographics in leadership. It looks at demographics by union, which is another proxy for like authority level in the city. And as you click around and explore that, you can definitely see some trends, right? It's not, and I think it's testament to HR that they put this data out, right? It's not hidden. We're not trying to cover anything up. And there's been acknowledgement, right, that especially at the department head level, hasn't always been as diverse. It's kind of getting there little bit by little bit. But yes, that dashboard is already up and available for people. That link was in the info item. Once we complete the citywide equity plan and we do develop the metrics, we will absolutely publish all of that data for people. We really do want to be checked. Right? That Community Equity Coalition is a room where I expect to be yelled at quite often, right? And that's fine, because that means people care and they're paying attention, and we want to be accountable to our community, so we absolutely will be public with our progress.
And so one of the metrics I would just suggest, sorry, this is getting into a comment, but I'll just ask it as a question.
Just hold it against you, don't we?
So hiring is great, procurement, very important. But I think, Prop 209 is a significant roadblock in California. And for those who don't know, that basically has stated that in California we cannot award funding or make decisions or preferences based on race. Tell me if I'm getting it wrong, but generally speaking. Is your team going to be doing anything to work with our advocates around repealing Prop 209?
I don't know about that because we don't work closely with the legislative team. What I will say is, that decision came through. Our text chat was vibrant. And I have friends in other cities who work in this area too. There are already strategies that people are using, right, even with these things. So you can say communities who have been historically excluded from participation, or the same way we did with right to return, right? We could not create a right to return policy for one race, but we could target it in a specific area. That specific area was redlined to people of color. So while it is, kind of a gut-wrenching thing to wake up to and read, we are not daunted in the fact that we will be able to make progress. And if, of course, our legislative team wants any support from us in working up an argument to repeal that, we certainly would be happy to participate in that.
Great. I hope Mr. Gupta heard that. And then, one metric I think that is important is opportunities for wealth generation, which you mentioned. And obviously you mentioned that home ownership is the single biggest source of intergenerational wealth in this country. But I think another metric that we should look at is commercial small business. So not just owning your actual business, but commercial acquisition, and how do we help folks access capital so that they can buy property, not just residential property, but commercial property specifically for marginalized businesses. And I know that obviously because of Prop 209, we can't direct that to quote unquote Black, Brown, BIPOC, Asian, et cetera, businesses. But to the extent that we can measure that, I hope we could around that work. And then another thing that I would hope that we could measure is the way that the city is giving out its money in each department. And I've said this to David before, like, how are we doing equity-based budgeting? So I think that some communities in the city need to be okay with getting less because they've gotten more than their fair share for a really long time, right? So how are we going to use data, not just thoughts and feelings and hopes, but data around health and wealth and demographic disparities in the city to actually challenge our departments to think differently about where they deliver services, how they deliver services, and to whom they're delivering services. Is that something that you think we could get to in any point around the strategic plan and what we're going to measure?
I mean, I have no doubt that economic opportunity is going to be one of the top themes that comes out of this engagement process, which means it will be the first area that we're focusing in, right? We're going to be responsive to community, and that means we get to apply ourselves to the problems that present as most pressing to the community. In my time with the city, it's always those things, right? So I have no doubt that it will continue to be those things. The other thing I want to say is, because I've been doing this for a while, I have great connections for city staff, right? We're not the economic development team, we're not the finance department, but we have people from other cities. The city of Richmond, we met a long time ago through Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. They won a Cultural Health Prize for opening an Office of Community Wealth Building. So when I say like we're ready to learn from other cities, we're really ready to learn from those other cities, right? Some of the things we don't need to maybe dig so deeply in as learn from other people and then figure out how we can apply it here. And I think that's really helpful to these departments because these are my colleagues. And I know that it's not lip service that people say when they feel like they don't have capacity. It's a real thing that a lot of cities do. So we are just going to try to work as smartly, that's not a word, and as quickly as we can to dig into some of these issues and try to make measurable progress.
Okay, those are all my questions. I'll reserve the rest of my comments.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Right. Okay, not seeing anyone in the queue. I do have a couple of questions, Ms. Parsons. So actually, in your last comment about the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, back when we were doing the well-being work, we were actually the recipient of a number of grants and awards for the work that we were doing. How does that play into the work you think you'll be doing? I mean, there's obviously a lot of money out there to support some of that kind of work? Do you intend to apply for grants and awards and other sorts of stipends to do it?
Absolutely. Didn't mention in this presentation, but that's something that we actually called out in our reports, is that we will be working with a grant writer. There is so much money out there for equity work, and there are foundations who in 2020 completely reconfigure their portfolios to only be focused on equity. And so we know that we need to be resourceful, right? The cities at where it is right now with resources, our budget is quite tiny, but there is money out there, right? And the more money we have, the more good we can do. And we have won large grants in the past, as you know, and I believe we can do that again. And we certainly are going to put some energy into trying to get some of those dollars to come here so that we can, again, move faster, move bigger.
Great. And then one of the things when Heather McGee was here, she talked about was sort of a foundational need to share stories, that sometimes we tend to dive into the substance of the work without first listening to each other. How do you see that kind of building into the plan that you're proposing?
In our city-held meetings, we want to really create space for that. But that is also why we wanted to create that community equity coalition, so that there is time and space for people to share those stories. I used to say, in like working here, right, everyone's really smart and they're like really good at what they do. But we very often go to the community and say, we know what to do and this is what it is. And we leave out the reason for why we're doing it. Like, I think we sometimes leave out the storytelling of, you know, we're going to rezone this area because we know, right, that this is going on in this community and this is how it will help. And that's not specific to zoning, that's just a random example. But I think that storytelling is really important. And, you know, as we've done even just training internally with staff, learning more about the people that we're working with has really brought some walls down and made it easier to collaborate than it was before. And like I said, I know we need that in our community as well. So we do always want to create space for people just to speak, to share, to connect as we continually engage the community.
And then one of the most persecuted and victim of hate crime populations right now is our LGBTQ plus community, in particular people who gender identify in a transgender manner or in a gender fluid manner. And that wasn't really discussed in the report or in the presentation. How do you see working with that community and trying to really foster a sense of inclusion for a community that we know, I mean, when we hear that some of our neighboring communities don't want to fly pride flags, I mean, something as basic as that, how do we really dig into that community and really make them feel part of this process?
That is, again, why we want to take this step and really deeply engage. I've tried to do some engagement in that area before, and it was hard. People would say, like, well, I don't really know, like, there's not really a group or things like that. It's kind of why we want to do this grassroots style approach, right? I know some transgender people. They're not necessarily part of an organization that we could, you know, like we normally engage organizations, but they may be willing to bring some more people together to share their experiences here. I always remember that when we added transgender as one of the identities and data focus points in the well-being index, that they had the highest rates of not feeling like they belonged in their neighborhoods. It's like sticks with me all the time. And so I'm really sensitive to the fact that they're targeted a lot. It's getting violent. It's getting worse. I know that we've done things to try to help that community, a lot of times also through our community stakeholders. But we really do want to integrate, you know, it's shorthand to say all identities, but when we say all identities, that is what we mean, is these groups who aren't always swept up in inclusion. You know, I think that's really important, and we're going to try to reach them the best we can and do the best we can for them as well.
Thanks. And sort of building on that, we do know that for marginalized communities generally, mental health is an issue. The rate of suicide among members of marginalized communities is strikingly high compared to other communities. You know, youth involved in self-destructive behaviors, self-mutilation, that sort of thing. So is there a mental health capacity that you see being part of this work?
I think that's where we really will lean on partnering with the school district. They've got a lot of infrastructure to try to start to get at some of these issues. They've expressed an interest with working with us on things of an equity nature. I think we have a meeting with them in 2 weeks to talk about what they're doing, what we're doing, and how we might support each other. I think they're ahead of us on some things, but some things we're ahead of them. And so we really do want to try to figure out how we can do all of that. You know, we do, like I said, we run the risk of do everything is not a feasible plan. So trying to figure out how we engage partners to help, how we figure out, you know, where to start. That's really the work that's coming through this process. But certainly the mental health issues are so pressing. And I know the school district does have some strong infrastructure that we could be broadening the reach of to the community and things like that. So that's a place that we're thinking to start.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. So comments, I guess. I know some folks have already made some. Oh, Councilmember Para, did you have a question? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Well, we'll start with you. Even you had your hand up, but you didn't buzz in, and then we'll go to Councilmember Zwick. That's fine.
Sorry, I was standing up because my back hurts. Just quick comments. I don't want to regurgitate what everybody's already said. I just really appreciate all the work that you've done on this really important topic. It's more than timely. Again, you know, I had the conversation earlier about our opportunity to go to the NALEO conference, and this topic was one that was brought up almost at every single meeting, you know, and we were able to just openly discuss, you know, as a brown person that looks white or presents white, right? You know, and really speak openly and honestly about different ways that we are affected, you know, in the workplace, at home, at school, growing up, and those biases and so forth and so on. And so I feel that it's really important for us to have these open conversations so that we understand each other and where we're coming from. And so that once we have that, then that's taken out of the equation, and then we can really have the real conversation. And so I appreciate all the work that you guys have done on this. I also really appreciate some of the items that were brought up. I know that Councilmember Terosas spoke a little bit about having access to loans for commercial property. I think it also would be really beneficial to have, you know, more resources available for loans to be able, you know, for our small businesses, you know, for people of color and as well, just more opportunities and access to that, because I know that is very needed in terms of equity and being able to access the ability to be able to obtain loans and on many different levels. And so that would be really great. And one example also that I've brought up several times on the dais, you know, something that really kind of put things into perspective for me very early on. And that was when we talked about approving light posts, you know, and it's one thing for us to have, you know, the parts of the city to look a little different, right? Because every part of the city's got their own little vibe, if you will. But, you know, we were approving lampposts that were $17,000 for 7 of them. And it was, you know, the north of Montana area. And I was like, how are lampposts, 7 of them, going to, you know, and they were beautiful and they were cement and you know, what have you. And I'm like, well, why don't we have those in the Pico neighborhood, you know? And so, you know, the planner said, well, you know, the people that live over here, they pay assessments to have these. And I said, oh, okay, well, were people in the Pico neighborhood, you know, given the same opportunity to pay assessments to have these same type of lampposts? And so where's the equality in that, you know? And so I think, you know, we are purposely, you know, perpetuating this, you know, this inequality, you know, allowing certain parts of the city to look one way, you know, look richer and more, you know, prosperous, if you will, than other parts of the city. And so I think that as we, you know, work through all of this and have these conversations, you know, I would love to have those lampposts in the Pico neighborhood. And so, I'm just saying, you know, I know it's silly, but, you know, to those of us that, sometimes everything feels like a struggle. And even on this dais, you know, earlier today, some of us had some conversations about, even Councilmember De La Torre spoke about, you know, it's a gift to be up here because, you know, obviously it's because of our education, right? That we had opportunities to be here. But, you know, all of us weren't educated the same way and we don't articulate things the same way, right? And so some of us may be more representative of the people that we actually serve than, you know, in terms of the education. But sometimes when certain things are being discussed or when we're having conversations in closed session, you know, the way that things are brought up in a way that sometimes hurt, you know, and it feels a little bit, you know, like a microaggression. And so I think that it's so important to have these conversations. And I really am looking forward to what you're going to bring to us as a council, because, you know, I know that some of us on this dais have felt it and would really love to have some training, some support, some understanding from those that, you know, we work with up here. And so I thank you for all your work and for the spotlight that you're shining on this important topic. So thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
I just wanted to say thank you so much. The first step clearly is that you're going to be going out into the community and doing a lot of talking and listening. And I think you have a really thoughtful plan in terms of how you're going to solicit that feedback and do it in a way that's different than we normally do. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the things that have, you know, already happened to date, especially because so much of it was on a volunteer basis based on the passion of several people in this room. And I'm just very excited to see what now, you know, armed with, you know, you as a team are going to be able to do working on this full time. And I have every confidence in you all as a team, and I'm very excited.
All right. Councilmember Torosis.
Thanks. Okay. Wait, did we not have public comment on this item?
We had it at the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wasn't, okay. I don't know what I'm thinking.
We have public comment on all agendized items at the same time.
Okay.
There were some names added afterwards.
No, that's fine. I'm surprised that no one came. Well, I guess we did have people comment on this, but.
Yes, we did actually have people comment.
Since it's a study session, yeah, all right, fine. Okay. So I would just, a few points of, I guess, suggestions, because I think that you're asking for our review and comment, so I'm going to provide some. So I think, obviously, just to contextualize, I understand that this is a learning journey, that this is lifelong and ongoing, and it doesn't happen in a day, and that we all need to do the work that we can't just expect you to go out into the community and do some engagement, come back to us, and great, we've solved it. That it, you know, it's incumbent on me, you know, my family, my friends, everyone that I know in the community, all of us to show up and learn from each other. And so, to the point that you made about like having community engagement, I absolutely think we should be having monthly, if possible. I've said this multiple times, and I myself am guilty of it, white fragility. I think we have a very large white population in this city, and allyship is important. And I think that it's important for myself and others to understand what that means and how that presents and how we show up. So just that's a suggestion I know is controversial, but wasn't in there, and I'm okay to say it. I think we should do some of that. I also would second what Mayor Davis said. We didn't see anything around the LGBTQIA community in the PowerPoint presentation. I know you're thinking about it and working on it. Want to make sure that we're measuring that and reporting on that. At the same time, I understand that you all are 3 people and we can't boil the ocean. Every single suggestion here could take years of doing it. And it's very difficult and challenging work. So I don't want to be unrealistic about what you can do, but I would hope that we can at least track that. And then I just want to talk a little bit internally. I think it's really important that this work starts from bottom up, but also top down. And I think it's really important that we hold our department heads in the city accountable. Something I've suggested to David, and I don't know how anyone's going to feel about this, but I think we need to actually have tangible goals that we hold every department head accountable to in their annual performance evaluations, specifically around DEI, upon completion of the strategic plan, to say, look, like, these are the things that each department head needs to be committing to. I really hope that all of our department heads are bought in. I really hope all of our executive leadership is bought into this, because the change in the hiring practices, the change in the procurement, in the thinking differently about how we show up in our community and how we actually meet people where they are, I think really that agency has to come from all levels of the organization, including our department heads. And I just want to say that publicly, like, I'm very supportive of holding people accountable to specific metrics. I don't know if this is possible, but we talked about the wealth gap. I think child savings accounts, it's something that LAUSD does. How do we create child savings accounts for either everyone or targeted populations, since we're talking about equity? But again, with Prop 209, I know there's some challenges around that. Maybe you can do it based off of income, which I think would be a great proxy. If you put $50 in a CSA now, how does that compound over, the 12 years that the child is in school and set them up for college success? People have talked about education on this board. I think that that's really important, and it's a small investment now that pays dividends in the future. We also talked about access to capital. We know when we looked at the data from the Paycheck Protection Program, for example, that I know I keep saying businesses, but people of color and businesses of color were completely left out and are continually left out of traditional lending relationships. And we've also seen that with respect to the foreclosure crisis and redlining and who has access to capital for buying a home. So I know that we're in a financial situation right now as a city, but we passed a measure, GS, that is supposed to be working on housing, tenant protections, production, preservation, et cetera. I would hope that we can take some of that money when it comes in, specifically around capitalizing, I don't know, David's probably going to hate me, a loan fund or something, using the city's excellent credit and hopefully low interest rates, so that we can think big about how we can help people access wealth building opportunities. I also think it's great that we have this procurement equity group. I would love to see us set actual goals and preference programs for local small business enterprises, disabled veteran business enterprises. I know we can't do community business enterprises that are like women and minority-owned businesses unless it's federal money because of, again, Prop 209. And then, of course, social enterprises, businesses that commit to doing a public good. Those are all things that I think are important. And then finally, we talk a lot about guaranteed income. You talked a little bit about it in your presentation. It's been used as a proxy for reparations in some places. I absolutely think that we should be thinking towards GI for certain guaranteed income for certain populations. And then I don't know if we do this, but can we offer free Santa Monica College to certain people? Do we do that already? We already do that? Okay, great, fantastic. Okay, for everyone or specific population? Okay, never mind. Scratch that idea. I'm just trying to figure out how do we, under what we can control, help make education more affordable to groups that have been overlooked. To Oscar's point about quality jobs, like job quality is super important. So high road training partnerships. How do we look at like our biggest contracts that the city has and who those employers are? And how do we say we are requiring you, if you want to do business with this city, we are using our power of the purse and you need to hire people from specialized training programs that we've worked on with community organizations that we trust. Again, I know I said at the beginning we can't boil the ocean, but I'm giving you my feedback on things I think we could work on. And then finally, just making sure that we're making really true, like not a divide by the entire city approach, but database decisions, like I just said, that some communities north of Montana, need to be okay with getting less because they've gotten more for the last 300 years. And we need to be okay with righting some of the systemic inequities that we've caused as government. So I think making decisions about where we're delivering services based off of information rooted in equity. So again, thank you so much. I'm so supportive of this work. I want to host something at my house. Happy to do it. I'm happy to participate. And thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay. I wanted to just wrap it up to say that hopefully we're looking at mentorship programs that are real and robust, because in the public-private, as far as public-private partnerships, we have some large companies, whether it be Amazon or Snapchat, and I know they have their own company, their own programs within, but as someone who runs a nonprofit and works with young people and actually does these programs, a lot of times these big corporations say they have a program that's inclusive, and it really isn't. It looks good on the brochure, but it doesn't really hold any substance. And for adults that are out there in the world that are first-time business owners, first-time entrepreneurs, struggling to maintain, it can be, a lot of it's about the knowledge from other entrepreneurs and not, and this is no offense to anybody from city staff who sent me many links to help save my business, but being sent a link or talking to someone at SBA is a lot like, you know, calling to fix your computer and they ask you if it's plugged in. It's like, yeah, I know how to click on the link and fill in the form, but that's not getting me anywhere. And I just want to share a quick personal story. I'm going to get emotional. Our 50-year-old family business has to close its doors soon because loans are unattainable for small businesses, and it's hard for me to sit up here and listen to all this because it's literally what we're talking about. There's commercials. I go to conferences and big banks are sitting there saying they're helping people of color, they're helping women-owned, they're helping small businesses, but they're not. And I can't qualify for anything with the city because now I'm on city council and I'm happy to help build programs for other people, but people forward me links all the time and I go on SBA webinars and they don't give you any information I don't already know. I didn't get here running a business because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to click on a link and watch a video, but I'm going to have to close my doors because at the end of that link in that video, there's no money. It comes down to money, and you can have, you know, the right skin color or the wrong skin color. You can have education or no education nowadays, but at the end of the day, if you don't have a parent or generational wealth or the community access to get money, you will not survive. So that's why I think it's really important. It's really easy for certain people to talk about gender or race because it's an easy thing to see, but you said yourself, Lisa, like you actually come from maybe an educated family. I have many friends who, say it's funny because I don't need the help. I come from generational wealth and I'm a Black, person or a Latino person, and there's other people who don't come from that. And that is the problem. At the end of the day, it comes from money. And if you don't have that access to wealth, it's really hard to survive. Sorry for getting so emotional, but this literally just happened. And it's just hard to deal with because anybody else in my situation with a little bit of money would not be in the situation that I'm in. And that comes from mentorship. If you don't know how to get yourself out of situations, it's more than a video, it's more than a link, it's more than a brochure, it's more than what any city can provide. It's that institutional knowledge that comes from being an entrepreneur. And I think if we can provide mentorship programs that truly connect people, not with some link or some video, but truly connect people to, but you might have come from more education. Change the future for my next generation. I'm trying to build a safety net for my kids that didn't exist for me. And that literally just got cut away from me. We've had to deplete our savings, a 401k, to try to save a family business, and we don't own the building. So sure, it sounds nice to have a program out there that's going to give a little bit of money to help me get by, or maybe the potential to own a building, but these aren't the real issues. We really need to sit down and talk to people in the community because it comes down to money, and it comes down to having that connection with people who can give you access to wealth of knowledge, but at the end of the day, it's a checkbook, and it's literally finances. So I hope we can figure out how we can make connections in that way. It is more than a check, it is support, but real support that you can't get out of a classroom. And I hope that we look at how status, money, and class impact people and impact conversations in a room. Because again, I think, we need to value lived perception. You can have book smarts and you can study social equity all you want and know all the buzzwords and know all the definitions, but until you've lived it and you've been poor and you've slept in a car and you've moved 9 times because your parents got divorced or whatever it is, until you've come from a family who's never had the education or the generational wealth, you'll never really fully understand what that's like. So we need to value lived perception as well. And that goes to positions within the departments. We were talking about, how do we hire people? Well, we need to value time spent. That's also real life experience. And that is, in my opinion, oftentimes more valuable than some degree from a fancy college. So hopefully we are doing that when we look at, opportunities for people to work here. And I want to point out something, because oftentimes we make way for people to make it easy because it makes us feel good to say we count how many people of color are in a position, and we say, look at this diverse group. From shades of skin and on a piece of paper, it might look good, but if you don't provide people the true support to be successful, they will never elevate and move up. So you can make way for someone and open the door, and then you close it and you walk away, and they don't know what to do because they've never had that dialogue and they don't know how to survive. It's like throwing someone in a pool with a bunch of professional swimmers and being like, just kind of follow and do what they do. If you don't know all the different strokes, you might drown. So I hope we're digging and we're looking at that. And lastly, I want to appreciate something you said, Lisa, because you said it and we blew over, is the gotcha moments. You said it a couple times. I think in order to have conversations, we cannot demonize people. We do it often up here from a political standpoint. And since we're talking about race and religion and all these other things, please know that culturally, you might be raised with a different type of religion or value, family values that don't look the same as a lot of, I'm just going to say it, progressive Caucasian people who live in this community. And oftentimes, communities of color are looked down by having questions or comments about certain things and being accused of things. It's a moment to educate people. It's a moment to educate people, not to put them down. It's a moment to educate people, and we need to really take note of that, because we do it often up here, and we just had it not that long ago where if someone asks a question, we don't really make space. We make comments, facial expressions, and we take tone that make people feel uncomfortable to even say anything at all. And if we stop it's ignorant or not right, you lose the opportunity to educate somebody. So I hope that when we're having these conversations, I love what you said, that we really are providing a safe space for people to be able to have a dialogue, because if we don't have a dialogue, we'll never have progress. So thank you so much for doing this. Sorry I got so emotional, but it was like the timing couldn't have been better. So thank you guys for doing the work.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Negrete, for your impassioned speech and great insight, But the last thing I wanted to say, reflecting on everything that's been said right now, ultimately I think, there's a lot of people that have grievances depending on your racial, ethnic, identity. We all can have a long list of grievances. And it's good to talk about all that, because you can't heal from any of it until you can talk about it, right? So creating that space, I'm hoping the dialogue, the facilitators and all, how we facilitate, maybe that's what we need is like how we facilitate these discussions so that there's a standard way, we open up in the right way, and we close in the right way. And it's all in the end, I think, intended to bring more unity out of our city, right? So that we come out of this process with a deeper understanding of what inequity is and how it presents itself, and what equity looks like, and what, what is our vision, for this whole process. But ultimately, I think if we come out more united, like if people feel as the city of Santa Monica is more united around these principles, and I think it's going to be really powerful, for us to come out like that, And I know that's the intention. And sometimes you got to go through these rough waters, right? Because it's uncomfortable to talk about racial inequity. I mean, even what Lana's talking about now, Councilwoman Negrete, it's a challenge. And we're hearing comments even from the dais like, hey, the North Side's always had privilege, so we're going to not give so much, and some people might be, and I want to appreciate you for saying that, because it takes a little bit of courage to say something like that. You got to, how is it that it's like someone said, you can't talk anything of substance, like you can't, you're going to upset somebody, right? You talk about poverty, you upset the wealthy, right? You talk about sexism, you upset the men. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so someone's going to be upset over this, right? And in the end, ultimately, I think the people with the most power are going to be probably the most upset, because what we're talking about here is a better distribution of power, wealth, jobs, so that we can all live, in a better society. And that's really what we're trying to do here, is just more opportunity, is just going to provide, just a better community for all. And I think, I just want to thank you all for going down this path. You have my support. I think everyone here, on the dais is totally supportive, excited, and we want to come out more united through this process, behind some hard discussions and also some real metrics, like some real goals. But ultimately, we're not going to agree on everything, let's say, but we come out more united. And so if we can accomplish that, I think that would be a great process for us. So thank you, and anything I can do to help out, let me know.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll take my turn. I too want to thank you for all the hard work, and do want to be mindful of the idea that I think you've heard a lot of heartfelt and productive comments up here, and I feel like maybe we're loading up your plate. But I hope you'll bear with me to load it up a little more, and the idea that obviously as you go through and do this process, you'll be picking and choosing among these various things. I think that's inevitable. I want to start out with, and again, referencing the wonderful Heather McGee who came and really emphasized that one of the major obstacles to doing this work is the idea of the zero-sum game. That I have a T-shirt, and I love it, that says, more rights for someone else doesn't mean less rights for you. It's not pie. And that is, I think, one of the greatest impediments to doing this work, that is, if you try and lift up a community or elevate their history or tell their story, the sense is in other communities that have equal rights to be lifted up and have their stories told feel like, wait a minute, you're over there doing that work, why aren't you over here doing that work with me? And because we can't do all the work at the same time, we're going to have to ask communities to be patient and say, we're working over here on this, we are going to work on this too. But I think it's everybody getting over that idea that if something else, and I want to be really sympathetic, when you're a member of a community that's been fighting for crumbs for sometimes hundreds of years, if you see someone else get a crumb, it's incredibly understandable why you would be upset. But I think what we're going to need to do is, as everyone up here has said, is do this hard work, listen to the stories, but recognize that if we don't support each other in this work, then nobody gets elevated. That is the problem, is if you say, well, you can't go do that there because you have to do that with me here, and because we can't do it all at the same time and sort of in lockstep as much as we might like to, then what's going to end up happening is nobody gets the crumbs, and it should be more than crumbs. But I think it's really important to get away from that zero-sum idea, and I hope as we do this work, we can really emphasize that. And I think a lot of that, as Heather McGee said, comes from sharing stories and understanding the historic challenges that many different communities have faced, and recognizing, as she calls it, the solidarity dividend, that if we're patient and if we all work together, we can elevate each other, and ultimately elevate the entire community. A couple of things I do want to say is that I hope that as we go through this, we think big, and I know that's always the challenge, right? How do we think big? But a couple of examples, and we heard about it a lot, from other council members and Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, is financial challenges. For example, I know at some point we're going to have a discussion about affordable home ownership. That's not a housing issue. That's a financial issue. And different communities have approached these financial challenges in different ways. It's how do you get businesses to money to entrepreneurs? How do you create that opportunity for people to access that risk capital that allows them to take a good idea and run with it and build wealth? Sadly, we rely too much on the housing market to generate wealth. And it would be nice to see us, shift away from that, but that's a bigger topic that none of us are going to be able to handle. But I do think that sometimes we focus on sort of what's in front of us, this is a race issue or an equity issue, when sometimes it's a structural issue. And how do we address those underlying structures? And I think, ultimately, I think we're all maybe giving the city manager a bit of heart palpitations here, but something like a community bank that could make loans to local small businesses, that sort of thing, would be, a long-term goal. We're not going to do it tomorrow. We don't have the capacity to do it tomorrow. But as we start to build this momentum, I think looking at fundamental structural changes like that, where we could say we need to support folks within this community to have alternate means of building wealth other than just owning a home, because that's just a real problematic issue for a lot of ways. And that's the second thing I'm going to say is I really appreciate the comments everyone's made up here. I hope we all remember them when we talk about the zoning code. Yep. Because if in fact we truly want to have equity in our community, then we have to have a zoning code that reflects that commitment to equity. And what that means is we cannot separate high resource neighborhoods from less high resource neighborhoods and say, well, but that's the way it's always been. You put the map up there, we're all very familiar with it. We know, and this is not accusing anyone who currently exists in Santa Monica of being racist, but that we have an institutional history of racism within our zoning code. And if we don't address that with equal intensity and with equal intention, then we are never going to be in a position where we're going to be able to sit up here and say we live in a truly equitable society, community. And so I do think that that's important to remember. I want to really emphasize a couple of other structural things I say. One of the things that we know in this modern service technology knowledge economy is that people who have access to venture capital, risk capital, have the opportunity to succeed. And again, maybe this flows out of the community bank, but how can we tap into, and I'm going to the UP conference in October in Dallas with a lot of venture capitalists, and maybe this is something we can discuss, is how do we get that venture capital money into our underserved communities? Because if you don't have the money backing you to take the risk, it's hard to get away from that salaried idea, but it means, how am I going to put food on my table? How am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to, do the things I need to do? And so I think access, not just to financial support, but specifically to risk entrepreneur capital is really key, because we know there are a lot of people in this community who have wonderful ideas, but don't have access to that support. And then something near and dear to my heart, things like early childhood education. Councilmember De La Torre mentioned education, but we know the studies show that if we provide high quality early educational opportunity to every family in our community, we will see over decades, they've done the longitudinal studies, that when you look at kids who have access to that, especially from disadvantaged communities, when they're in their 20s, they're getting better outcomes. When they're in their 30s, they're getting better outcomes. So while we certainly want to see immediate metrics, I think what's really important is to also understand that sometimes we're going to have to invest. It's the parable, and I always get this parable wrong, but you often don't get to sit. I'm sorry for that. To sit under the shade of the tree when you've planted the seeds, right? And so how do we plant the seeds so that future generations can sit under the shade of that tree? And I am so sorry. That was so awful. And I should have had more coffee today. So while I think it's really important to have these community conversations, I want to make sure that we're not sort of boxed in with, well, this metric for how many people did we hire here or how much money did we give there, when I think there are real structural issues. And the great thing about Santa Monica is that we're visionary enough, but we're still small enough to really be a model for other communities. It would be hard for a city like Los Angeles to do a lot of this work because it's just so big and unwieldy. We can do it. And so I just want to make sure that even though, to quote Councilmember Terosas, you don't want to boil the ocean, that in the back of our minds, we're always thinking about these bigger prizes at the end of the day. And the last thing I want to leave with is this is life-saving work. This is not something we're doing to make us all feel good about ourselves. This is something we're doing because we know there is a tremendous human toll. We know now that generations of oppression are in the DNA of subsequent generations. And so, you know, the ability to do this work in a really meaningful way, and you guys are taking it on. We're just up here spouting. You guys are the guys doing the work, but I really want to thank you because you're doing important work, and I want you to know that we all recognize that, and that it manifests not just in metrics, but in saved lives. And so I think that's really the key here. At this point, we do need a motion to provide, I think we've given direction to staff, but to receive the report and direct staff to take what we hope is the meaningful and useful guidance that we've given them tonight and go forward with the implementation of the plan they've presented.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All right. Moved by Terosas, seconded by Councilmember De La Torre. Just because I think this is important, let's do a roll call vote, even though we probably could do it on voice vote. Let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, and thank you again for all the hard work, and we look forward to this being an ongoing process. All right, Ms. Newsom, we're moving along here.
Ordinances. Public comments permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. And we have Ordinance 10B, or Item 10B, Introduction and First Reading of Ordinance Amending Santa Monica Municipal Code 7.18.040 for well prohibition in the city.
Did I bring it up?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I only have two arms.
I was going to let you borrow my two.
I know, but they can't.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. That was a tough item to follow, so I'll be brief. We're here to introduce the first reading of the ordinance Santa Monica Municipal Code 7.18.040 to amend the city's well prohibition requirements. Just a quick overview, this ordinance was introduced and adopted in 2018 to prohibit private groundwater wells or expansion of existing groundwater wells to protect our Santa Monica groundwater basin until a groundwater sustainability plan is completed. Tonight, we're amending the ordinance to align with the groundwater sustainability plan now that its a draft version has been submitted to the Department of Water Resources in January of 2022. The next slide just shows the changes that we're making to the ordinance with the new language that's bolded and underlined, and also the existing ordinance language that's struck out. So the installation of new wells or the expansion of existing wells is prohibited within the city of Santa Monica unless and until such installation or expansion is approved by unanimous consent of the Santa Monica Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So this is just to align it now that we do have a groundwater sustainability plan that it needs approved by unanimous consent with the GSA that's formed between 5 agencies, Santa Monica being one of them, partners with City of Beverly Hills, City of LA, Culver City, and Los Angeles County. So the next slide is just a clean version of the proposed amendment to the ordinance and how we'll read. And I'll conclude with to introduce and approve first reading of the ordinance to amend SNMC 7.18.040 in our municipal code.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wayne. Do we have any questions? Councilmember De La Torre.
Has there ever been a case where somebody, in I guess what in the private?
We do have one private well within the city that was drilled and installed prior to 2018.
So that's grandfathered in?
Correct.
Okay. Where's that private well?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, but you know at least one exists. I was just curious. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do we have any comments or a motion?
Oh, I'll second it.
All right, and Ms. Cola, since you're sitting there and Mr. Sloan isn't, is it all right when I hear the motion, is that to both adopt a finding of categorical exemptions, boy, I better be careful with this mic on, under CEQA, as well as introduce the first reading? Was that the motion, Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. All right, and that was the seconder's understanding as well?
Yep.
And we can do both at the same time? Yes. All right, so that is the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom?
And I'm sorry, that was a first by Councilmember De La Torre and a second by Terrosis?
Yes, and it was for both recommendations 1 and 2.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Sorry. Councilmember Terrosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Wang.
Item 11A, approval of the City of Santa Monica legislative platform for fiscal years 2023-2025.
Thank you.
Nikki. All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Anuj Gupta, and I am the Deputy City Manager, and I'm pleased to be bringing before you this evening the 2023 to 2025 state and federal legislative platform update. This is a process that we undertake every 1 to 2 years, and we have a couple of additional items for your review and feedback this evening, but it's an important step that the Council takes to really inform and guide the legislative and funding advocacy that we on the staff side undertake, working with our state and federal representatives in Sacramento and DC to really support the council and community's priorities at the state and federal government. And I am especially delighted to have a new partner in this effort. And you all have met, and I wanted to introduce to those watching at home as well, our new council and legislative affairs liaison, Josh Kerpies. Josh is very familiar to many of us in the community from his many, many years of service, about a decade's worth of service to our former assembly member and now Judge Richard Bloom, former mayor and council member as well. He served as district director to Assembly Member Bloom, working in Santa Monica and the surrounding facilitate the needs of the assembly member and very familiar with our community, with our priorities. Prior to that, he had also worked for the West Hollywood City Council, so he's also familiar with helping city council members be successful in their work. So I will turn it over to Josh to introduce our presentation, then I'll pick it back up, and then we'll both be available for any follow-up or questions.
Hello, everyone. Again, as Anuj mentioned, my name is Josh Kerpies, and I'm your new Council Office and Legislative Affairs Liaison. So I'm glad to be here this evening in front of all of you. Tonight's item has been a work in progress for quite a while. Anuj has spent several months working on this and quite a team here at City Hall with the department heads. But I came in a couple weeks ago, and so I'm going to kind of do some of the easy parts of the presentation, and then I'll turn it back over to him for the hard parts. So in front of you this evening, we're making 4 recommendations, or asking you to approve the 2023 state and federal legislative platform. That's the document in front of you this evening, state and federal. Provide some direction to staff for future lobbying services. Our service contracts end at the end of this year for our lobbyists, and so we'll be starting the procurement process for moving forward. And then authorize an extension of Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang, which is our state lobbyist, contract for state legislative advocacy services through the end of the year. Their contract lasts through the end of the year, but we need some funding to fill that gap to finish off their contract. And then the administrative adopt a finding of no significant effect under CEQA. And let's see if I can. So as you know, the city currently contracts with two advocacy teams for our state and federal legislative advocacy work. The city is currently represented by Charmaine Anderson of the Ferguson Group in Washington, D.C. at the federal level, and Sylvia Solis Shaw of Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang in Sacramento handles our state level efforts. Our legislative advocacy teams primarily serve in a couple of different capacities. They further our city's objectives in Congress, the state legislature, and before state and federal agencies. They monitor legislation, provide feedback on and seek to influence pending and proposed legislation. And they identify and advocate for funding opportunities through appropriations and grants that the city can access. And then they also liaise with elected officials and their staffs to advocate for the city's positions and funding opportunities. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Anuj to continue on with how we actually form the document that's in front of you this evening. Thank you.
So our legislative platforms are both state and federal, and we typically update every 1 to 2 years. And what they really do is serve as a roadmap for both city staff, the folks in our roles, as well as our partners in the departments, and also our advocacy teams, our state and federal representatives. They increase efficiency in terms of our ability to advocate. They also are certainly a way to amplify our influence as a city. We are a small but mighty city, and especially in Sacramento, our reputation, our historic investments, our commitments and priorities that the councils and many of your predecessors have established over the decades really do give us on certain issues some outsized influence, and they also serve to provide additional transparency. So to that end, the way that they're used, really, just to give you an insight, our state representatives and our federal representatives, as bills are introduced in Sacramento or in Washington, D.C., our representatives really compare those bills and take the first cut at comparing those bills to our platforms and determining whether they would recommend the city take a support position, an opposed position, or what we call a watch position, where we just sort of monitor but don't take a position on a bill. On any close calls or any things that there may be some gray area, they refer those bills down to us in the city manager's office, and then if necessary, we will refer those specific questions or bills out to our partners in departments. So if it's a public safety bill, it would often go to police or fire. If it's a bill related to land use or planning, to our community development department, et cetera. And what we have always done since we have adopted the platform strategy about 7 years ago is align our updates to the platform around the priorities that are identified by the City Council. So those have taken many iterations over the years, from our 5 strategic goals to our 6 framework priorities, to the prior adoption by many members of this current council of 3 priorities in 2020, I believe, or 2021, I should say, and then the March workshop where you all identified the 5 priorities on the screen: addressing homelessness, clean and safe Santa Monica, cultivate economic recovery and expand community and cultural offerings, racial justice, equity and social diversity, and sustainable and connected community as the 5 priorities for our biennial budget process. We worked with our state and federal teams to reorganize and update our platforms around these 5 priorities. In addition to that, in terms of other sources that we have used to update the platforms, we have added some new items that reflect council actions or council policy decisions taken over the last 2 years since the last update. So one very clear example of that, and it was referred to earlier this evening in the equity presentation, is with regards to cannabis. That's something that our prior platform was relatively silent on because there was limited council action on that subject. In the 2 years since, of course, the council placed Measure HMP on the ballot last year. And then this year, just last month, I believe, was the study session in which the council gave very clear direction with a number of aspects to guide cannabis policy going forward. And so because of that, we have added a couple of specific platform components in our state advocacy platform around cannabis equity, as well as streamlining cannabis permitting and support for cannabis-oriented businesses along specific dimensions. And that's an example where we have used council direction and council policy to update the platform. In addition, we look to state and national advocacy organizations to inform the platform updates, including the League of California Cities, the National League of Cities, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And again, those tend to be if there either isn't clear guidance based on the council or priorities or the council's adopted policies, or if there are particular areas, for example, with the National League of Cities or U.S. Conference of Mayors, advocacy for federal infrastructure resources to be connected to cities that we can really adopt and incorporate into the platform. So with regard to our federal and state advocacy, as Josh mentioned, our current contracts for both services are expiring in December 2023, and we will be undertaking an RFP process soon after. We'll kick it off really in the coming weeks. And what we're really looking for in terms of guidance or feedback from the council is to what extent that the council prioritizes certain areas of policy expertise or relationships in our state and federal representatives, to what extent the council would like to prioritize in-person meetings or engagement opportunities, both in the city and when the council members travel to Sacramento or Washington, D.C., as well as the frequency and the nature of correspondence or updates to demonstrate the work of our legislative advocacy and any outcomes or successes that we have in that work. Now, I did want to mention, it is mentioned in the staff report, of course, that an expansion of the scope or more intense responsibilities, of course, would entail more intense funding to support that work. And so it is important to keep in mind, of course, that currently our services are budgeted roughly in the range of $45,000 to $50,000 a year for state and federal, which is fairly modest in terms of the overall and comparison to some other cities. So, of course, should there be a desire or a particular focus on added services, added scope, that may well cost more and result in some trade-offs that we may need to make down the road. So with regard to the additional recommended action here, we have contract authority from the council's last approval of the state contract with Shaw Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang through December of 2023 because the contract was executed in December of 2018. However, our funding expired on June 30th because of the amount and because of the inflation adjustment. It's a technical correction, and so what we are seeking is an allocation of $25,000 in additional existing budgeted professional services to cover that gap and ensure that we can continue funding our state legislative services with our existing contractor through the end of the calendar year. And so with that, just a review of the recommended actions. Of course, we ask that you approve the recommended updates to the state and federal platforms. You provide direction to us on that RFP process for the future lobbying contracts. Authorize that additional funding for the Shaw Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang contract to get us through the end of the year and adopt the no significant effect finding under CEQA. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. And I'll open it up for questions. And I do want to ask people to stick with questions at this point in time because I think this is a more complicated discussion and I want to stay focused. So questions only right now, and then we can get to discussions later. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to confirm, I understand what you just said to cover the gap, but the way I read it originally was like we were also requesting the 5-year agreement, and I thought we were going out to bid. I just want to be very clear on that.
No, so this would be that this is from our current contract cycle that we're nearing the end of. We have authorization contractually to go through December. We have hit our max on the funds at the end of June. And so this would be completing the 5-year cycle. The new 5-year cycle would begin with whomever emerges from the RFP process in the next few months, starting in December of this year or January of next year for 5 years thereafter. So we're not adding.
Right, and this money's coming out of already budgeted money that was
budgeted professional services money.
Okay, the way it was written, it looked like we were also being asked to extend a 5-year, and I'm like, wait, how are we going to go out to bid? But I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. I think she misunderstood that because we were reading the agenda on a bouncy plane. But anywho, I just had some questions regarding services, the existing services for the contract right now, just so that I understand moving forward in terms of asks and money. So right now, if I read it correctly, we pay $45,000 approximately to each vendor, to each.
That was the amount that was initially authorized in by the council in 2018. I believe our federal contract is a good bit lower because as part of the cuts during the budget restructuring in 2020, that amount was significantly reduced at that time. And so we, I think our current, and I can get the exact figures for you, but I think our current annual on the federal side is closer to 25,000.
Okay. And then in terms of services that they both offer, I went back to read the previous awards. So in terms of what they offer is just advising the city on policies and programs and objectives, letters, just maintaining basically apprised of different legislative agendas and what have you, and making sure that we know what's going on. But that's to the extent of it. It was nothing over and beyond that in terms of hand-holding in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. And then it also includes, I think, an annual visit in person or?
Correct, council member. So I think that the core of the responsibility on both the state and federal side is really to be our advocates of the state and federal government. And so, as I said, that with regard to the platform and reviewing bills, there's a high volume of bills at the state level, especially that may be of relevance to the city.
Right.
So it's reviewing those, recommending positions, and then once we kind of give the thumbs up or thumbs down, they draft the letters that ultimately are submitted to the authors of a bill, also submitted to our delegation. If we want to get further involved in a bill, which has happened many times over the last few years, it would be setting up meetings with the author of a bill or with staff, and then potentially testifying or supporting staff who are testifying on behalf of a bill for or against in Sacramento in particular. And then I think it is a regular service when there are conferences in Sacramento or DC, and we've had council members in the past go to those cities. They meet, serve as a liaison role as well to support for both getting them acquainted, but then also connecting with other meetings as well.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and all that's included in what the existing contracts that we have with them and what was negotiated before. Okay. Thank you.
All right. See, no one else in the queue for questions. I have a couple of questions. And one of them is actually quite picky, but I'm going to raise it now. On the state priorities under parks and open space, the fifth bullet point, support legislation and bond measures that provide per capita grants to local governments to fund parks and capital improvements. What's the purpose of the words per capita in there? And the reason I ask is, and we've been having this discussion in other contexts, per capita grants, we're a city of 93,000 people, but we have a recreational structure, a beach, our parks, that actually support much larger numbers of people on a fairly frequent basis. And so I'm wondering why we would want to maybe limit ourselves by saying per capita when we are a regional destination and therefore need to do greater than. Does that make sense? Am I making sense there?
That does, Mayor. Thank you for that. I will confess that I don't have the origin story of that particular bullet. It may date to prior
a very long time ago,
and a particular piece of legislation, but I think that's an excellent point. And we would be certainly amenable, and I think reframing it, striking per capita potentially, and maybe adding a language that, about reflecting the regional demand or regional attractiveness of our parks and public spaces would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then similarly on the federal legislative priorities under racial justice, equity, and social diversity, and I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8th bullet point, support legislation and resources to remove, retrofit, or mitigate transportation infrastructure that creates barriers to community connectivity, including to mobility, access, or economic development. And I sort of read that, and maybe that's because this is my own bias, as something that would support reconnecting the community by building over the 10 freeway, roughly in the area connecting mid-cities to the Pico neighborhood. And I just, am wondering, would that be included within this?
Yes, Mayor, absolutely. So we have worked with Charmaine, our federal lobbyist, over the last couple of years. I think particularly as the Biden administration has rolled out a number of grant programs, the Transportation Department has focused on, a Reconnecting Communities grant program that really does speak to a lot of the issues that you mentioned, obviously a lot of the issues discussed earlier this evening, and in particular the impact locally of the history of the construction of the 10 freeway. And so we did work with her to add, and actually we have language in the state platform as well, that is really focused on ensuring that we're in a position to support legislation, grants, resources that would advance those objectives.
Okay, great, because it's general, and I want to make sure sometimes it's sufficient. Sometimes it's almost so general it doesn't encompass the specifics. So that was it. Those are my two questions. Councilmember De La Torre?
So here's a question that I have, and maybe that we can get some guidance from our city attorney's office. We're in litigation around the California Voting Rights Act, which we all know. But I've heard in many sectors of our government that people say, well, we support the California Voting Rights Act. I even heard in the oral arguments, our attorney said, we support the Voting Rights Act in the state of California. We just don't support it here in Santa Monica for all the legal reasons and all the arguments that have been made. Would it be a problem for us to say that, we support legislation that strengthens the California Voting Rights Act, or some language that would, I know it's a delicate matter because we're in litigation, but if we're all saying we support the California Voting Rights Act, would it be a problem to include that as part of our priorities, legislative priorities, even though we're in litigation right now?
So I'm going to defer to the city attorney on the specific question with regards to the CVRA and the litigation. I will just point out on page 10 of the platform, the state platform, under the racial justice, equity, and social diversity section, the second to last bullet does say, in more general terms, support legislation to enhance, increase, and expand voting opportunities to eligible voters throughout the state. And so I think that speaks to, voting rights, our support for voting rights, when it comes to access to the ballot, opposing voting rights restrictions. I think I'll turn it over to Doug on the CVRA question.
Well, council, I think that's a policy question for the council. I can't see that making that statement would affect the litigation one way or the other.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted clarity on that, because I think it would be an important statement for us. If our lawyers are saying publicly that we support the California Voting Rights Act, then I don't see why we can't include it, as part of that, if that's our official position. Another question is in terms of like fentanyl, for example. Maybe I missed it. Was there anything around sort of this fentanyl crisis? I know there's talk in the state legislature regarding enhancing sort of penalties for people that are dealing fentanyl. And I think we should join in on that. I think that's important. Fentanyl and crystal meth, my honest opinion is that we're suffering a mental health, a drug-induced mental health crisis, So I think we should address fentanyl and crystal meth, but I didn't see it. I don't know if we caught it, if it's in some other, well, it says here, support, okay. Please continue. Okay, so I know I saw sort of the Narcan, sort of, we want, what is it, the naloxone, hydrochloride. So there's that, so we are definitely taking a position on, hey, if somebody's overdosing, we want to provide the drug that will stop the overdose. But I want to also address the issue of, who's selling the drug that's creating the overdoses, So if there's something there, that would be interesting. At least fentanyl, if I know, I also don't want to end up repeating the errors and the mistakes of the war on drugs. We want to be smart, but I think fentanyl is in a category all of its own right now, in terms of drugs in our state and the impact that it's having on our residents.
So, Councilmember, thank you for that. We did add a couple of the provisions under community well-being that you referenced with regards to naloxone and opioid antagonists. I think what you referenced in terms of the sensitivities with regards to criminal sentencing are sort of the basis why we haven't added, explicit support, or we're not bringing that forth in the recommendation. But again, that is another policy question that's open to.
Yeah, correct. So, Mayor, how do you
I think we're going to go through questions now, and then we'll have discussion. Someone may make a motion, or we can have that.
Okay.
But I want to do questions, and then we'll sort of guide the discussion.
Okay, great. Another question that I had is in regards to it's sort of environmental justice issues, and I didn't really see sort of there was something around, but we have the freeway, the airport, we have infrastructure definitely in those two areas that probably increase pollution, in those communities. And I'm thinking if there's legislation that would help in addressing sort of the air quality problems, the air pollution in those communities impacted by the freeway or other polluting infrastructures such as an airport. And I didn't see that, and but I do know that we have an airport and a freeway cutting through our city. So that would be, I think, an important one.
Councilman Maria, I mean, we do have a very extensive section on climate change and sustainability that speaks to air quality and pollution. And then we do have, as I mentioned earlier, the provisions with regards to mitigating the impacts of infrastructure, both in the state and federal platforms in the racial justice section. So those are what I would point
okay, to. So that is there then. And then the other one, I was looking at sort of mobility, and I was trying to get the right wording, but I guess it's commercialization of is it I don't even know how to pronounce this, but it's EVTOL, aircraft. And so, this electric, there's a company called Archer, and they have this, I know I've introduced our city manager with folks, but this electric vertical takeoff and landing, these like a drone for transportation, let's say, and there's a certain, I'm trying to find the right word, but that they use to describe this, this type of, it's a VTOL. I know, I just don't know. I'm trying to see what the acronyms, I'm trying to find it. But anyway, the point is that I didn't see that in terms of the technologies for the future for mobility, that we would want to support legislation that would allow us to build the infrastructure to bring that type of transportation to our city. This is all electric, zero pollution, almost zero noise pollution as well, but it's a very interesting technological advancement. And I think like in 2 more years, they're probably ready to start flying. We want to set ourselves up, I think, to be one of the cities that would, be a destination point, for that type of device and to move people around. I might get the wording right better, so I didn't see that. So I think that would be one, and that's it. I have some comments to make, but we'll leave that for there. It's not really a question.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Hey, I had a few questions, computer issues, so I'm working off some notes on my phone here, but there's an item about the possible reforms to the Lanterman Parish Short Act, and I know this is an important issue and one that is being addressed by the governor and the state legislator. Like a lot of things in this document, we're balancing, I guess, different needs and I guess rights and other things that we're trying to sort of strike a balance in, and I don't see that balance fully in this. I assume that while we do want to reform Lantern and Petrus, and we do want to look at ways that the state could take on more of a conservative role, we're also very mindful of the civil and constitutional rights of individuals. And I was wondering if there was some way that, if it would make sense based on, the spirit of the item, that we would sort of make some nod to the balancing act that we're trying to strike when we look to reform such things at the state level.
So, Councilmember, I think it's a great point. I think it's important to just remind you all of the fact that the document is really a guidance document to set out principles that reflect the council's policies, that reflect priorities. It's definitely not a formula. So, to the point that you raise, it's certainly not the case that any bill, however drastic or complete, that would reform that legislation and focus on, issues of conservatorship would automatically be a support based on that provision. It's really focused on what are we seeing as a community need, what has council identified as a priority, what do our staff acting under council guidance really want to advance. And so I think with respect to that example, right, there has been legislation in recent years with respect to reforming the definition of gravely disabled that would really facilitate our first responders' ability for people in extreme crisis situations to have other options, beyond the options available now. And that's something that consistent with council policy that our police and fire and first responders have felt very strongly about. And so we have weighed in consistently on that legislation. I think to date, it hasn't actually, moved forward to passage, but that's an example, right? We have a specific bill, specific policy informed by council and staff to move forward on, but we wouldn't, we would sort of use this document and carry out that balancing act as well, because I think, between council policy, between staff subject matter experts, I think we all collectively know that, an erosion of civil liberties or something that would be inappropriately drastic would not be something that would fit within our city's adopted policies.
Thank you. A few more small things as I go through. There's another item that says support legislation that would create the crime of organized retail theft and other proposed reforms to Proposition 47 of 2014. The first part is pretty specific and understandable. The organized retail theft, I think, has risen in many areas, and I see why there's legislation to that effect. But am I correct in my memory that Prop 47 also concerned, was in part a restorative racial justice measure that had to do with the fact that we've, there's been very disproportionate impacts of the war on drugs and the felony convictions for possession of drugs on people of color throughout the state?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I guess that makes me want to be careful when it says that we would, support, I think it said something here, my phone just locked.
Other proposed reforms.
Other proposed reforms, yeah, which seems to me a little, I don't know, in light of our presentation tonight, something that I think we should be careful in and potentially consider rewarding in that regards. But, and then small additional things here. There's an item that says support legislation and resources encouraging the provision of accessible, affordable, and high-quality childcare. I assume this encompasses it, but because of my experience and my own learning in the space, childcare and early childhood education are not exactly synonymous. And I would want to make sure that we're including all efforts to augment early childhood education, specifically beyond just childcare, which is important as well. And then I guess finally, there's an item that says support legislation that exempts from CEQA various transit-related projects, and it goes on to list a great number of them. Why? What is the thinking behind exempting transit-related projects from CEQA?
So I believe, and maybe in a month or two I may have a better answer for you on that. That's more informed by my future departmental colleagues. But I think, again, this is, I believe, based on staff experience, particularly with respect to infrastructure projects that have had roadblocks in the past. And so I can't speak to with specificity, and I'm happy to follow up and answer on that. But I think, like with most of these things that are more specific here, it's informed on our experience and our ability to access funds, access the ability to move projects forward.
Would I be correct, though, in assuming that most transit-related projects would be good for the environment, and one reason we would exempt them from CEQA is that it would not be harmful, but rather, ameliorative to the environment to have more mass transit, for instance?
I think that's a safe assumption, yeah.
Or active transit or whatnot. Okay, that's all for now.
All right, Councilmember Terrosis. Are you in the queue?
Okay. It sounds like we're providing.
No, we're in questions still. We are not in comments yet. We're only in questions.
Okay. Never mind then.
All right.
I have just some feedback.
Okay, no, that's good. So what I want to do to sort of keep us focused is I want to, first of all, address state priorities and then do federal priorities separately, just because I think that will help us. And again, we're going to do comments first. So let's do comments around state priorities first, and then we'll do federal priorities. And I know that they're somewhat similar, or actually very similar, but I just want to kind of focus on one and then the other because there may be some differences and I don't want it to get too crazy. So comments on state priorities. Councilmember Tarosis.
That's where I was going.
All right, okay.
Great. So I would assume that this is inherent, but we as a community have always said that we want to promote affordable access to our beaches and coastal access for all communities. And obviously we just talked about equity, and we know that that's something that hasn't always been accessible to all communities equally. I just would love to see something in there around supporting and improving beach access and the right to enjoy our clean beaches and oceans. I also think that we talked about redlining here today, obviously, right? So this could be state and federal, I don't know. I kind of defer to you, but more explicit language around legislation that addresses the racial wealth gap and the racial divide in home ownership and housing and seeks to remedy the role of redlining, property seizure by eminent domain, restrictive covenants, et cetera. I don't know if that was actually a recommendation by the Committee for Racial Justice in some of their reports. So I think it's more of a federal thing, but I just wanted to be explicit about that. Support for funding for guaranteed income pilots and expansion, as well as support for legislation that would remove the benefits cliff for folks who are participating in guaranteed income pilots, because we know that folks are kicked off of their benefits completely if they make even $5 or $10 more. And I think that would be both a federal and a state priority because we have benefits that we get at the federal level and the state level. Also, I talked about it today, but repealing Prop 209, supporting, I mean, again, that would be a point for a question of this council, but I think we've all, this race neutral argument to me in this state has impacted our ability to deliver services in an equitable way.
Yeah, can I just make a comment there, though? I think Prop 209 was a constitutional amendment, so I don't think that can be a legislative priority.
Sorry, okay. Well,
no, I mean,
The law can change, right?
well, it would have to change through an initiative. It can't be changed at the legislature.
And last time we did it lost. Yeah, I know that's a good point.
That's not to say that we don't want to argue for.
I don't know, like, what about legislation for pilots that expand? Yeah, I don't know.
Programs
to that.
Want to be clear that we're not putting something in our legislative priorities.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. Thank you. Sorry.
No, not a problem.
And then Jesse, you mentioned child care and early childhood education as being different, but I think the other thing too is supporting legislation that increases the child care reimbursement rate. We know that that's been an issue for a lot of folks in our community in the early childhood task force that we meet with. That's an ongoing problem. So I would be explicit about that. And we do have stuff in here around business assistance. So I think I'm okay with it because we're going broad, but definitely making sure that we're advocating for providing, permit streamlining, which it says more flexibility in permitting, as well as like direct cash assistance to businesses. And I had the same concerns, I think, that Councilmember Zwick did around the organized retail theft point and then like the and other crimes thing. So that's it. Thanks.
So, Councilmember, if I can just jump in.
Sorry, was that too many things?
No.
Okay, sorry.
I just want to provide a point of clarification that may be helpful to you all and then also potentially helpful to us from having to kind of write new bullet points on the fly and still get the ability to move forward tonight. Because I think one thing I did want to emphasize, maybe I didn't clarify it enough, is that, it's sometimes maybe it seems a little contradictory for a 12-page, fairly detailed document, but there actually, there's much of this is actually quite general and deliberately so because, and I'll use a couple of the things that you mentioned as examples, right? When it comes to guaranteed income-based legislation, right? That's an example where the council, prior councils, but this council has continued to fund and support our POD program, which is a focused guaranteed income
There's some
program.
conditions on that, but okay.
Sure.
Okay.
But it demonstrates the will of the council
For sure.
to support guaranteed income programs,
Yeah.
to support basic needs assistance, right? So if there were a bill on guaranteed income that were introduced in the state level, more likely than not, our state representatives would recommend support. We would review it, and we would in fact support, even though we can't identify necessarily one bullet in the platform on guaranteed income. We have council adopted policy. We have an existing city
Okay.
program.
Okay. No,
So
that's helpful.
It's not necessarily
Yeah.
the case that we need to source every position to a specific bullet. I think
Sorry,
similarly,
I'm
I just
coming
wanted
from
to
my-
clarify. So with regards to redlining, with
Yeah,
regards
okay.
to childcare,
Okay.
the generality is actually helpful in that regard. And I think
Okay.
it actually connects to Councilmember Zwick's question about Prop 47, right? We have the specificity about organized retail theft, and I think the council member pointed out the genesis of Prop 47. We also have in the same section, right, a bullet on, sorry, I flagged it here, where'd it go?
Like decriminal.
On,
yeah, which we
yes,
love.
exactly.
We love that. Great. Okay.
And so I think that reflects that balance.
Okay.
So I just,
Okay,
there is, I think, I'm not entirely asking you to blindly trust.
No,
whether it's us or
and you
staff
know I'm going to
or
bother you
the
anyways.
representatives, but I think
Yeah.
there's value in having some of that guided by these principles, but also by the council's adopted policies.
Okay, I appreciate that because in my professional capacity, we have to be like super explicit in our platform, and I appreciate that you're saying that it can be a little bit broader, and that makes more sense to me. That's fine. If you think that we have ability to do all the things I mentioned within what we have, I'm totally fine with that. And what about like the coastal access thing?
I would say on that, looking at what we have, and we could certainly broaden the language a little bit, but in the Parks and Open Space section on page 6 of the state platform, we have support legislation and resources to protect the city's beaches. We have
Protect and expand access to the city's beaches?
Yeah, and then we have protect existing parks, wetlands, community open spaces, and coastal resources. So I think protect and expand access to certainly is.
Yeah, I think that like there's been when there's the color of water. It's a I think we talked about this when you talked about Nick Gabaldon Day, but there have been for a long time like communities that have felt marginalized and not comfortable around the water, and so how do we make it such that it's open, accessible, affordable, to the extent that any legislation came forward to support that, I think we would want to support it. Does that make sense?
What does that mean, free parking? I don't understand what that means, because in the, I don't want to engage in dialogue.
Yeah, let's,
Okay, well, we wouldn't know it till we saw it. We wouldn't know it till we saw it, but that's my general sentiment. Okay.
That it, Councilmember Torres? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to make sure there's a couple things. It sort of says it in one area and then, or doesn't say it in one area, but then says it somewhere else. So like, for example, sorry, now I'm trying to scroll back up. The only part I had taken note on, well, there was a couple things, but when we talk about economic recovery, it doesn't say the things about small business community and access, but it says it elsewhere. And I was just curious, like it says cultivate economic recovery and expand community and cultural offerings. And it talks about focused on expanding opportunities for youth, teens, and seniors. And I'm just trying to understand like how that feeds into economic recovery. I do get how it feeds into expand community and cultural offerings. Is that a place where we want to expand into access and education and partnerships for small businesses and?
Well, that was actually, just to be clear, I think you're referring to the language we adopted on March 11th. That's language that the council adopted. Is that correct?
Probably.
Yes, that's the articulation of.
I'm not arguing that. That's not my point. I guess what I'm saying is now it says this, and maybe that's how it was said then. Does it make sense? I guess it does. But when I see cultivate economic recovery, to me, that specifically ties to the business community
Right.
No?
So on page 7 of the state platform, we have a lot of very specific business focused.
No, I know you have it there. I was just curious if it matters that it's in this part or not. Maybe it doesn't. And then the other part that I know there's mental health down also in a separate area a little bit. I just want to make sure as we were talking about youth, teens, and seniors, that's in there. And then the same thing is making sure we include that as it pertains to public safety, mental health and access, because for our public safety officers, whether that be fire, police, the people who are working in the front line with the homeless community, the mentally, the people that are suffering from mental illness and substance abuse, I think it's important to give continuing support to the people who are on the front lines dealing with that population. So I don't know if that's articulated really in there.
We have a bullet on page 6 that support legislation and resources that support the behavioral health needs and well-being of public safety personnel.
And then the last thing was just on the note of Prop 47 reform. You just said how you broke it out, but I just wanted to point out that there is reform that needs to happen. As someone who does own a small retail, there's some things that were put in place with the right intentions and had the wrong outcomes. So I do think we want to make sure that we're still paying attention to there's other issues around Prop 47 that were, well intended, but ended up having some pretty awful consequences and actually ended up impacting the most. The small retailers ended up being impacted the most by some of those changes in the laws, and in terms of how much people can steal and things like that. So I just want to be cautious that some of us are saying one thing about Prop 47, but hopefully we'll have a dialogue if there's anything very specific to that, and that'll be brought forward to council.
Right. And the bills that have been specific to the theft thresholds, et cetera, are things that we have weighed in on in the past supportively with that.
Okay. And and that goes to anything, especially around public safety. Hopefully council's able to weigh in on any bills that are being presented that would impact how our public safety officers engage in their job day to day.
Yeah, our practice is that if we don't have a clear positions for or against, we take a watch position, we monitor it. And then if there's anything specific, council members are able to bring them forward on their own.
But before we take the position, we would come to council because, I know we had this discussion privately about the fact that there was a position on something and then there wasn't, but we weren't informed of that. And I'm just hopeful that it comes to us before there's a position noted.
Correct. But as I said, a watch position means that we're not taking a support or oppose.
I hear that. I was just saying that there was a position listed that we didn't see and it was changed. That's fine. I was just curious how it got to that. Was that just a mistake or does that not always happen?
Yeah. typically we would take a watch position if we don't have a clear support.
Okay. So the fact that there was a support position on a Senate bill was just
that was an error on a trial.
That was an error.
We had not ever submitted a letter of support.
Perfect. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Just so I can understand, if there's a specific item that we, would want to propose a change on, is this something where we're just trying to give general direction and achieve consensus, or is there a process by which one would make a motion to amend?
What you might want to do is make a motion.
Okay.
And, when we can start to address that. I think other council members have expressed some concern, so.
Yeah, well, I think the issue of CEQA exemption has become a big issue in the state of California. There's a law obviously intended to protect the environment, which has ironically often stopped a lot of projects that would be quite good for the environment. CEQA lawsuits have been wielded against bike lanes and metro bus lanes. They've been wielded against solar farms and wind farms and all sorts of things that we desperately need. And another thing they've been levied against quite a lot, which there's a discussion about often in Sacramento, is urban infill housing. The term infill development, I found this on the California Governor's Office of Planning and Research, refers to building within unused and underutilized land within existing development patterns. And it says infill development is critical to accommodating growth and redesigning our cities to be environmentally and socially sustainable. Basically what it's saying is that urban infill housing is much like active and mass transportation good for the environment because If it doesn't happen, we get more greenfield development, we get more building in coastal areas that are sensitive, or hillside areas that are prone to fire, or just general sprawl, which is bad for the environment. And I guess my proposal would be to say that we not only support legislation that exempts CEQA from various transit-related projects, but as well as all urban infill development. And that would be a motion I would make to add that language.
Okay, is there a second?
Infill.
Well, I mean, and maybe, I'm just wondering here, is it better, Mr. Gupta, let me ask you, is it better for us to just do this bit by bit, motion by motion, or is it better for us to have an omnibus motion and then work through it? I just want to make sure you get the guidance you need.
I mean, we can, between the two of us, track it, I think, however you prefer. If it's easiest to have individual changes put forward and then voted on, then we'll know if we're including that change or not.
Okay. All right. So as I understand it, Councilmember Zwick, your motion is to provide presumably a bullet point under the housing?
It was in the environment section, I guess. It had to do with supporting legislation that exempts from CEQA.
All right.
And it mentioned transit projects. And my proposal was simply to add urban infill housing development as well.
Okay, and just so we can all follow that, I'm just looking for it.
Sorry, I don't have the document in front of me.
So there's a bullet at the top of page 13 that I think the council member is referring to. It's the last bullet in mobility and access. I think we can take the direction and then identify the appropriate place for a particular bullet. But I think that's the bullet that you were referring to, I believe.
Okay, and so that was a motion from Councilmember Zwick. I will second it. Do we need to take a vote on that? Or is everyone okay with that? Yeah. Why don't we do a voice vote then? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. That was easy.
Victoria, how did we go? Are we saying yes to that?
Yeah, we just said yes to that.
Okay.
If you have any questions about what we're doing, stop us before we vote. All right. Anything else, Councilmember Zwick?
That's all for now for me.
Okay.
I mean, I could make a motion more broadly, but I'll defer to you. Yes,
I'd like to make a couple comments, and then maybe we can do a motion, which will incorporate the motion we just did. So I guess, I don't know that it needs a formal motion, but can we take out the per capita on the parks thing? Does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, good.
I noted that.
Okay, good. So I'd like to add a bullet, and I guess I can do it by motion. And this has been raised in Sacramento before. The question of noise cameras. And maybe Mr. Kirby's is familiar with that. Senator Portantino had a bill to create a pilot program, and just for people who aren't aware, a noise camera is basically, it operates like a red light camera, but instead of checking to see if you ran a red light, it actually has a decibel meter on it. If a vehicle driving by violates your local noise ordinance, because you can set it, it then takes a picture of the driver's license. They're illegal currently in California, but they're being used literally throughout the world now to try and cut down on noise pollution, particularly from people who have modified mufflers and things like that, or who are doing, donuts in the street, that sort of thing. They're being used in London, Paris, of all places, Knoxville, Tennessee, Toronto, and Montreal in Canada. They've just been authorized statewide in New York. They're not legal in California. Senator Portantino had a bill originally that was going to do some piloting, and then it got kind of watered down to have CHP do a study. And God knows where that's going to lead, right? So I'm wondering if it would be amenable to council to add a bullet point specifically, because now we're, of course, learning that noise pollution is damaging both to mental health and to physical health. That's something that's really in the last 12 to 18 months been getting a lot of play. And I'm wondering if it's specifically, whether it's under the sustainability or, actions that would reduce noise pollution within the city, or however you want to word that. Is there any issue with that amongst people? Okay. Because I do know I continue to get complaints from folks about loud vehicles and that sort of thing. The other issue I have is under housing, and I know we already have a bullet about social housing, and I just want to, again, maybe this is just a clarification issue. Oops, now I just, of course, lost it. Hang on one second. I apologize. Support legislation that incentivizes the supply of social housing and co-housing in the state. Do we need to just add, because actually technically some forms of social housing are actually illegal within the state, do we need to add legalization, or is incentivizes, in your opinion, broad enough to sort of encompass that? I know Assemblymember Lee has his bill working its way, and I think so far hasn't been stymied yet.
I think, Mayor, that's a good example. We would, on that bill, we would use the language here to have supported it. If it's helpful to have clarification, that's fine, but I think that's a clear example of what, we will.
Yeah, I don't want to nitpick, but I just want to make sure that we're broad enough to support it, because there are certain forms of social housing that are actually illegal in the state of California. And then the one thing I'd like to do, with the council's permission, is under the housing, there is a bullet that I think has created some issues for us in Sacramento, and that is a bullet that says oppose legislation that erodes the city's local autonomy over land use decisions or weakens the city's ability to ensure the future welfare of its residents through local control of the planning process. And I'm wondering, I think there's a division. I want to be respectful of that on council about that issue. And I'm just wondering, is it worth us sort of, I don't want to say lifting it out, because I'm not trying to necessarily eliminate it, but taking a separate vote on that would help? Or, whether you see where I'm going with that? Because I think that I know we've had some issues in the past with regard to certain legislation of our ability to support or oppose based particularly on that particular plank. And I'm just wondering if you need some further guidance from us on that, and if it would help for us to sort of go through this exercise, lift that out, and then maybe take a separate vote on that. I don't know.
So that's a good question, Mayor. I mean, I think you're right that bullet at times has maybe in some ways been in tension with some of the other provisions about supporting the production legislation that incentivizes and encourages production of affordable housing, et cetera. I think there have been a few bills in recent years. I know that, the Assistant City Attorney has been heavily engaged working directly with some of the authors of those bills to provide feedback on local impacts, right, to hopefully sort of amend those bills in a helpful direction. But because of the tension, we have, so specifically previously SB 35 and currently SB 423, that we have taken watch positions on because of that tension. And so, I suppose if it weren't in there, it would be more clear. However, I think there also are reasons that we have leveraged that to really engage effectively and try to influence that legislation. I don't know if there's anything more to say there, Susan.
I'm not optimistic, but honestly, yes.
Can you turn your mic on? Thank you.
It's definitely a policy.
Your screen doesn't have the button to turn it on.
Oh, Nikki, can you turn on her mic? There you go. Nikki controls all.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, in the past, it has been controversial, and I do think the direction possibly has changed, so I do appreciate your asking whether there should be a separate vote on that so that they have clear direction, because it has been a split vote, frankly.
Right, and I'm just I'm not trying to direct it one way or the other, but I'm wondering if we were to lift that bullet point out, it's not to say we couldn't take a position one way or the other. It would just have to come to council for a more robust discussion, I guess, is what that's how it would work. Am I right about that?
That's a good question, Mayor, and it's a tricky one. I think I would say just standing here right now, but for that bullet, there are probably some major pieces of legislation in recent years, including in the current session, that the platform without that bullet would enable us to support, including, some of Senator Wiener's housing legislation. I think that bullet is part of, why we have watched and also tried to influence and engage those bills without clearly supporting or opposing.
Right, and I know some of us up here, because I really don't want to speak for other people, and I know other people are in the queue, but we're still having this discussion. Not everyone supports all of Senator Wiener's bills, but also some of us don't oppose Senator Wiener's bills. And so given that we have that sort of philosophical divide within the council, I'm wondering, does it make sense to lift that out so that there isn't direction one way or the other, and that to the extent there are particular bills that we need to address or not, maybe we just take watch positions on those. But I guess what I'm trying to do is, we just, I think, have put ourselves in a sort of a difficult position because we have a lot of bullet points here about supporting housing and that sort of thing. And then we get sort of hung up on that particular plank, which has, I think, like I said, I'm trying to be respectful of a divide I sense on the council, but it's a divide that works both ways. And so I'm just wondering if lifting that out sort of and saying if there's something there about local control, that is something that we as a council are going to have a more fulsome discussion on, rather than leaving it, whether it's to Shah Yoder or to you and Mr. Kirby's or whomever, to sort of try and interpretate and divine council direction. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, is remove some of the difficulty around trying to say, well, we're supporting all of these other things that we all think are good, but then we've got this other thing, and how do we balance that? And that's, one, not fair to put on you, but also, two, not appropriate, in all honesty. That's something, if the council wants to beat each other up about, we should do that. You see where I'm going with that? So I'm just wondering, lifting it out would be, I'm not trying to guide what we're trying to do. I'm not trying to change that and say, no, let's flip it the other way. But I'm trying to do is make it so that we don't have that difficulty that I think we've had in the past.
Yeah, I think, you've identified a tough spot reflected in that bullet and in sort of the housing issue and housing production issue in general. I would say, with or without that bullet, I think the clearest route when it comes to a particular piece of legislation, and this is an exchange we had with another council member inquiring about the current Senator Wiener bill on streamlining, would be a 16 item specific to a particular bill to say, request of council member X that the city take, oppose or support position on legislation Y, and it gets agendized as a 16 item, and then there's the opportunity for the council to take a clear position on that bill, so there's not any ambiguity. And that's been an option, we've presented. It's obviously been one that even this year that council members have availed themselves of on particular legislation. I would say that's probably the clearest route when there is that unresolved tension.
Right, and that's what I'm sort of trying to get at, but right now we have that bullet point in there, which kind of, so Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, and then, yeah, go ahead.
Just because I hear what Mayor Davis is saying, like by removing it, then it just allows the freedom to bring it forward for the discussion, and based on the dynamic and makeup of the council at that time, when this bill is passed, it may prove to have a different outcome. However, the idea of local control is sort of a dirty word when we talk about it as it pertains to housing for some, because it means that it's going to stop the production and the philosophy around, more housing. And I think we just came off talking about diversity and equity and inclusion and
marginalized communities and what that means. And I think this is a topic that is very connected to and sensitive around that issue, because for some, this is just a philosophy around housing first and what that means in somebody else's view as a whole. And for others who are living differently, they may see that as gentrification and genocide of a community and pushing them out. And so maybe this is the idea that it says, and the way I read it, everyone perceives everything differently, is that the idea of looking at local input actually provides us to do the deeper work as it pertains to our community, because our makeup in our community is diverse and different from our neighboring communities. And so I think I wouldn't want to have a blanket state approach of just everybody, one size fits all. I would like to have the conversation as it pertains to our community specifically. As we're going into this work and talking to our community about what's important to them, I imagine that this is going to be a big part of the discussion, access to housing, affordability, and what that looks like. And so by taking it out, my fear is that we maybe would miss opportunities to have that discussion, because Anuj is here today, but he might win the lottery, which is how many billions of dollars tomorrow, and like just retire. And then we'll have a missed opportunity to make sure we're engaging in the discussion as a local government.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, if Anuj wins the lottery, unless he takes Josh with him.
Well, he did say that whether or not the bullet point was in there, that these items would come forward anyways. My fear.
Well, no, he didn't say that. That's my problem. It's not whether or not the bullet point is in there, is with the bullet point in there. We've had some tension in Sacramento vis-a-vis our positions. The idea is if we just take the bullet point out, then when there's proposed legislation that either enhances local control or reduces local control, or however you want to characterize it, we could then have a separate discussion as a council. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I thought I heard you specifically say, correct me if I'm wrong, Anuj, that, Mr. Gupta, sorry, that whether or not the bullet point was in there, this legislation would still be brought forward to council. Did I mishear you? Can we roll back the tape? Is this like football where we can watch that again, replay?
So I would say, I mean, ultimately, I think, I don't want to sort of wade too deep into
the meaning behind it. I get it.
Well, into what ultimately I think, is a policy call that we would look to you all to make. But I would say, if we lived in a world where that particular bullet point did not exist in our state legislative platform, I think, working with our lobbyists, that we would be recommending a support position on and moving forward to take a support position on some of the bills that we have watched, because there wouldn't really be as clear of a reason to not support them, if that makes sense. So I think because of this principle of local control on land use decisions that is embodied in this bullet, that I think is why, and the conversations around SB 35 originally were a bit before my time, but what I understand is that the assistant city attorney, our planning manager Jing, engage extensively with Senator Wiener and his staff to exactly speak to what we are doing in our community around production of affordable housing, the investments the city is making, the fact that the city already, sort of compared to many peer cities, has done a great deal, right? And I think that would continue regardless, that level of engagement, given our relationships, given our, the council priorities, the council investments on these issues, we would be engaging and sharing Santa Monica's role as sort of a good actor when it comes to housing historically with authors of this legislation. I think that so that's the complexity around that particular bullet, is that I think, it's in our standard process, we wouldn't necessarily be bringing forth all of these bills to the council if we had a clear position based on the platform.
Right. So what I hear you saying, just to recap in layman's terms and make it really simple, is that if we remove that bullet point, there may have been positions of support for bills as opposed to just standing back and watching the bills. And by leaving it in there, that actually leaves more opportunity to bring the bills to council for discussion. And he's nodding his head yes.
That's how, Yeah, when I read this, regardless of the position on whether, the policy part of it, when I read this as the person who is going to be looking at bills coming in and going off the recommendations of our lobbyists, that's going to be a stop for me to say, okay, wait, hold on. There's some conflicting information here. I need to think about this more. This may need to go to council. If that were not there, then there would be a blanket policy that we supported all housing, regardless of whether it reduced local control.
So that's why I don't support removing that bullet point, because that's how I understood it to be explained. So by removing the bullet point, it would actually remove that opportunity for dialogue, because you wouldn't be stopping and looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing I would just add, Mayor Pro Tem, a nuance, but that I think is important, is that the watch isn't always stand back and watch, right? And I think especially on this legislation, we are very engaged. Sylvia, our own staff, our city attorney's office, our planning team knows and studies these bills. Anytime we get information on them, we share these updates, we organize calls, we advocate. So I think, we are engaging on these issues, again, consistent with council direction, consistent with our housing element, consistent with our zoning ordinance. But we're engaging on these issues regardless. So
right, but it's not a blanket support.
Well, but let me ask you a question then. So there has been discussion about bills in Sacramento that specifically talk about quote unquote restoring local control in the housing area. If this provision is in there, and they would undo a tremendous amount of legislation that's passed at the state level that has promoted the building of housing throughout the state. And some of it is even designed to eliminate the whole RENA process, that sort of thing, which we, God forbid we should go there. So if this plank's in there, do we automatically support that?
I mean, again, it's technical. I read this as opposing legislation that erodes, but I think for that we would want to see something that is a clear statement to support the elimination or support, laws that, restore full local control to planning and land use or something like that. So I would say that would be a watch as well.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Zwick.
I mean, in order to speak plainly as well, local control is always to say no, right? I mean, that's essentially what it does. And we have about 7 or 10 bullet points in this platform that say, support the production of affordable housing, support the streamlining of affordable housing, support the production of supportive housing, support the streamlining of supportive housing. And we're not actually able to fulfill those bullet points with this one in there, frankly. And I don't see how it helps us achieve our goals if our goal is to make our community more inclusive, diverse, and affordable, because it prevents us from supporting those very policies. I would move that we have a separate vote on that item.
All right. I'll second that motion. Councilmember De La Torre.
So, when I first started, I brought up a couple of items, and so would this be the time to start making recommendations? Or?
Well, actually, there's now a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Yes, there's a motion on the floor to remove the bullet point, oppose legislation that erodes the city's local autonomy over land use decisions or weakens the city's ability to ensure the future welfare of its residents through local control of the planning process. So that motion was made by Zwick, seconded by Davis. We probably need a roll call vote on that one. If you want to make a comment, go ahead. You're in the queue.
The motion was more just that we separate it.
Oh, separate it. Okay, all right. So to separate it out and vote separately on it. Okay.
But what does that mean? Can you explain that?
So that would be basically, we would vote separately on whether or not we would include.
Right.
I want to make sure I state this correctly, Councilmember Zwick, so correct me if I'm wrong, that we would vote separately on whether or not we would include that particular bullet point in the legislative direction.
Right, which is what we were discussing.
Can we vote on that now?
Right, but just to be clear, because all council members aren't here and we're talking about legislative action, I think it would be fair if all of us were here, for one. For two, we just heard that although, just Councilmember Zwick, you said that having that bullet point completely is in opposition to all the other bullet points that are in there to support building housing, and that local control is an automatic no. And I don't think that that's what that is. Local control gives those of us who may not have a strong voice politically or in positions to speak on housing an opportunity to weigh in. That's what local control means to me. Other council members can speak to what it means to them. So I think that's not the case at all. It gives, it doesn't mean you're saying no. The bill, it could be how affordable housing is built, how much affordable housing is built. We've had the discussion around 10% versus 20%. So I don't think it means no at all. It means exactly what it means, which is control of the local municipality and the elected officials who represent everybody in that community. And hopefully there's a diverse dais that represents the whole community and their voice. So I think by putting a blanket statement and saying yes to everything, that takes away the opportunity for it to come to council and have public comment, and actually weakens the weigh-in of the community, because we would just be taking legislative positions and it would probably never make it to council, which is what I heard earlier. To be clear, by having that bullet point in there, there's more opportunity for bills to be watched. Doesn't mean that they're not engaging actively on it based on the other bullet points of creating more access to affordable housing. It just means that there's not going to be a blanket approach to supporting it. So I think we need to be mindful of not making blanket statements like that and giving more and more opportunity for engagement.
Okay, so I want to be clear. The motion is simply whether or not to take a separate vote. Am I correct about that, Council Members Wick, on this particular point?
Yes.
All right, so that is the motion. It's not.
But it is to remove the bullet point.
No, it's to take a separate vote on the bullet point.
What's the purpose of taking the separate vote? To eventually remove the bullet point or not?
Well, that's what
right.
Council
That's the
will
result
weigh
of
in.
it. I don't want to be trickery about it at the end of the day.
But it's so.
So we can vote on the rest of the.
So we can vote on the rest of the platform.
So all I'm saying is Councilmember Brock is not here, so we need to vote on this platform. I don't know tonight, right?
Well, we can't always say someone's not here, so we can't.
Well,
vote
it is a
on this.
legislative platform on an issue that you just said is a divide.
And 6 of us are here to vote on it. I mean, I'm not sure what.
That's fine.
I don't want to fall into the trap that someone's not here, so we can't vote, because if that's it, then we're not going to have a lot of
It's not a
votes.
trap, it's just that it was an important issue. You brought it up because you said there's a divide. That was the exact reason you brought it up.
Right.
And if it's a divide and we don't have the whole council here, then we're eliminating everybody's opportunity to weigh in. But if that's not important to us, I'm fine participating in a vote. I just was making the comment, I think it would be nice if we had everyone here on that.
Well,
and after we just heard that by having the bullet point, we're actually engaging more in a conversation which allows the public to weigh in. But if we want to remove that opportunity, if that's what we're presenting here, then let's just move forward with the vote.
Well, again, we're not weighing in on the bullet point. We're weighing in on whether to just have a separate vote on the bullet point.
Yeah. So a vote yes.
A vote yes just says we'll have a separate vote on the bullet point. That's all it is.
Or we approve the whole legislative platform
With the bullet point in there, yeah.
Right, I mean.
Well, okay, so if we vote, for example, all right, I call a question, let's just vote.
All right, so I want to make sure the motion is clear. The motion is simply to have a separate vote on that particular bullet point so that it's separated out from the rest of the agenda. Are we all clear on that?
Yeah.
All right. I think we'll probably need a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom.
Councilmember Wick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
No.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
No.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that motion fails 3-3. So it's still in there. All right. So then I guess given that discussion, what I'd like to do is then entertain a motion, and I know this isn't the way it's really broken down on the but since we're doing it bit by bit, can we have a motion with regard to the state legislative platform with the comments that have been made with regard, as I notated them, and then Councilmember De La Torre, I know you may have some proposed changes as well. The removal of the per capita reference in the Parks and Rec, the addition of a reference to noise regulation, that you can figure that out. Councilmember De La Torre, were there specific changes you wanted to suggest on the state platform?
Yeah, on the state platform, I wanted legislation that supports partnerships or encourages partnerships between public schools, colleges, universities, and cities to expand workforce development and career pathways and employment in the high-tech sector.
I would make it
Broader?
Might I suggest that there's significant funding at the state right now for high road training partnerships? So high road jobs are jobs in high growth sectors that offer family sustaining wages with pension benefits, et cetera. It's a definition, and there's a lot of actual like greenhouse gas reduction fund money for that, because we are trying to build like the new green economy of the future. I would just say
High growth sectors.
yeah, I mean, we want to advocate for an equitable share of funding as well to make sure that we're bringing it. That's, again, I'm pontificating now, and I'm sorry, but I was just trying to say maybe we can make it more broad than just high tech.
I like it. And so instead of high tech, we'll just get rid of tech, put growth. High growth sectors.
Yeah, especially since we have a community college here, I think we absolutely should be doing that.
And presumably that would go under the economic development section?
Sure.
All right, anything else?
There was one other, and maybe Anuj, and I know we approved this. I can't remember. There was the last meeting we approved this language. I was in Barcelona, and I remember at 3 and maybe 5 in the morning, I brought this language forward. But it's and we're talking about homelessness and all that. But the concept is that we would legislation that supports regional funding for homelessness services, so kind of the concept of that, so that the burden doesn't fall all on one city. Like we're in a region, Santa Monica probably shoulders most of the burden on terms of providing services. We want the state to incentivize funding to support a regional approach for homelessness services.
So, Councilmember, we do have a bullet to that effect. Advocate for regional initiatives involving county, state, and federal governments to reduce chronic homelessness. And I think, again, consistent with both the council adopted 4 pillars, which include a regional approach to one of the pillars. We have really clear guidance, both with regard to that, but also direct funding to cities like ours, which we continually advocate for as well.
Okay.
So I think I hear you, and I think we're well covered on that.
Great. All right. Thank you.
So do we have I'm sorry, do we need a vote on the
Yeah, I think we.
high growth?
Well, is there any objection to including that in the direction? I don't think there is. I don't think that's controversial. So, Councilmember Terosas.
I will move that we approve the 2023 state legislative platform, and then we'll do the federal one after, and adopt a finding of no significant effect under CEQA.
Second.
All right. So moved by Terosas, seconded by Negretti. So it is to adopt the state platform with the changes as described, which include the motion we have from Councilmember Zwick about CEQA, which includes the language proposed by Councilmember De La Torre regarding economic development, my technical change to removing per capita. I think those were the only 3 really.
And the noise camera.
I'm sorry, what?
Your noise canceling.
Noise camera.
Oh, noise canceling. I thought I said that. I'm sorry.
And do we authorize the extension? No.
Well, no, we're going to get to that. I'm trying to be organized here, scary though that may seem. So with regard to the state platform, can we have a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom?
Yes.
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 No.
Yes, that passes 5-1. And Councilmember Zwick, do you want to state your basis for voting no? You're entitled to do that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I do think it's worth looking at. someone mentioned, I think it was Councilmember Negrete, that there's local control sometimes has a bad connotation, and I think that's because of a really long and bad history, frankly. Local control was the mantra of people who advocated against busing, who advocated against integrating schools, who advocated against integrating bathrooms. Local control was the mantra of southern slaveholding states when they said, well, let us do what we'll do and you can do what you want to do. And local control has been used essentially as a neutral term to promote exclusion and segregation for hundreds of years in our city. So I can't support a platform that promotes local control.
All right, thank you. Now, moving on to the draft federal legislative platform.
SM control.
Wait, sorry, are you, wait.
Yeah, no.
Are we on that
Are we
topic?
voting on that now? I'm not going to the bathroom.
I don't want to get in the way of anybody doing anything they need to, but yes, we're moving on to the federal platform now.
I wasn't sure if it was if we were discussing or voting.
Well,
We support that kind of local control.
yeah.
That's local control.
Does so why don't I start with this to move the ball? I will move that we adopt the draft federal legislative platform that is attachment B to the staff report.
I will put a friendly amendment that.
Well, first it needs a second.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by De La Torre. Councilmember Terosis, even though you haven't pressed your button, I'm trying to be quick here, given the issue. What is your proposed friendly amendment?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, did we need to add in there affirmatively that we are supporting legislation that eliminates the benefits cliff for folks who are in guaranteed income programs? Because I know you said we have existing council authority on guaranteed income, but did we, I mean, if we're talking about SNAP, sorry, what is it SNAP and Section 8 and all of these benefits that people are automatically kicked off of when they're receiving cash aid. Do we need to add something on that? I just wanted to clarify.
I mean, if it's helpful to have the clarity, I think we feel clear based on council adopted policy.
That you will direct our advocates,
Correct.
Because I think there is going to be legislation around that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine,
And
fine.
I mean, one other point, and Councilmember, you've certainly done this in the past, but we welcome if you hear things through your day jobs, through professional networks, other things, you can always send them to me and Josh. We'll check with Charmaine or Sylvia, or whomever our representatives are. And if we haven't already, we'll do the analysis and support as needed. So.
Okay, I retract. Apologies, Mayor Davis.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's why we're here, is to get that clarification and make sure everyone's comfortable with that level. So, God, now I'm losing it completely. Motion by Negrete, seconded by De La Torre. Is that correct?
By Davis, second.
Oh, I made it. Well, there you go. See, I should definitely have had more coffee today. Motion by myself, seconded by De La Torre, correct? All right. I suspect less controversy here, so can we have a voice vote on this? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Now we have two more things. The authorized extension for the contract for Shaw Yoder. I will move that we extend it through the end of 2023 at the level recommended in the staff report. All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Zwick. I did remember that. It is involved money, so I think we need a roll call vote. Ms. Newsom.
I'm sorry, there's two motions here. The motion, the competitive process, or are we on the $25,000 with Shaw Yoder?
This was just to extend the contract for Shaw Yoder. I'm trying to get through the stuff pretty quickly, and so before we get to provide direction. So this is the Shaw Yoder extension. Okay. I sort of took it out of order there.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry, motion by?
Davis, seconded by Zwick.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre?
It's the motion to extend the Shaw Yoder contract through the end of 2023 to line it up so that all the lobbying contracts extend, but it also involves we have to expend more money for the additional 6 months.
Yeah, until like 5 more months or 6. There's a gap.
Correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0. Now, the question of providing direction to staff for future lobbying services contracts. Anyone have any comments about that? Councilmember De La Torre, and it is better if you use the buttons, especially since it's clear my mind is mush today.
I think there should be part of the, well, they should meet, like every city council member should be able to meet with them.
We just did.
Yeah, but that should just be standard practice. Like, I don't know if that's part of the contract or not, but if it's not, it should be in there. And then, I think that would be very helpful right there. And then in terms of, I don't know how they report to us. Like, do they do a monthly report? Like, I don't know what the communication is. What protocols does the contract call for?
Yeah, Councilmember, yes, we've worked with them to prepare monthly reports, both the federal and state. Those are provided in the city manager's message every week. Once a month in the weekly message to the city council as attachments, and then we also, as needed, as there are sort of one-off updates on particular issues, we include those in that message. And then I will say, thankfully now that Josh is on board, you can expect to see a lot more communication, links to letters, positions, federal and state issues for sure. So that's within their existing scope, but certainly a reminder that we can take into this process as well.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Mr. Gupta, I mean, I regularly get in my inbox reports from the Ferguson group. I'm assuming all council members get that?
No. So we have told, reinforced to both our state and federal representatives that their automated updates once a week that each of their firms provide, which are not specific to Santa Monica, but they're general federal updates, state updates, can be distributed to all the city council members. And obviously, if you feel like you're getting spam, you can always opt out. But given the interest, we'll make sure that happens.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't realize not everyone was getting those. Okay, good. All right. Any other comments? Councilmember Parra.
So just to expand a little bit upon, those meetings and what have you, just if I could put in my 2 cents in terms of my wants, my honeydews. In terms of, I know that we have had the opportunity to meet with our representatives virtually and then in DC. But in terms of future engagement, it'd be really, really helpful for our representatives. So, for example, for those of us that are going to be going to Sacramento or going to Washington, D.C., that our representatives are notified ahead of time that we're going, and that they can assist us to set up meetings, with people that we should be meeting with, especially for those of us that are first timers, to help us kind of navigate our experience, while we're legislating out in DC or Sacramento or what have you. Because I think when we came back from DC, or when we went to DC, and, when we talked about the analogy about like a fish being dropped in, the water, and that's essentially how we felt, because there was a lot of other council members there with their legislative, representatives with them, kind of guiding them through the process, setting up meetings, tours, whatever it may be, just to really give them that experience and kind of walk them through. And so that would have been really, really helpful for Councilmember Negrete and I, and as first timers when we went to DC. So we did get an opportunity to meet with Charmaine, which was great, but that was the first time that we met her. And while, being on council for almost 3 years, I had been asking for communication, and I hadn't gotten before that. This is before David, and this is before, So anyhow, so it'd be really great to be a little bit more proactive in terms of setting up meetings, having some more of that one-on-one, especially for first-time council members. In terms of frequency of correspondence, if there were something posted to like our internal drive or, portal where everything is there, and then we can go through it at our leisure if we want. If that's easier for you guys than spamming us, and I don't know if it goes directly to you guys and then to us, or if it's easier if it comes directly from the reps. I don't know, or or even letters of whatever. But if it's easier just to put it all in a portal and then we just have access to it, that might be a recommendation. Let's see here. And that'd be also helpful too, because I'm reading through some of the information. It said, I was reading through about some of the issues that come before us, staff will review it and then offer letters of support. There was quite a few times that I didn't recognize or realize that the letters came through. And again, newbie here, so sorry. But I didn't recognize or realize that, the letters would then go to the mayor would sign off and they'd be sent out. And so I've never seen a letter before, never came by me. I don't even know what it looks like. I've never seen one. So been on council almost 3 years. And so I think that these are things I'd love to see and be a part of, and so I think that would be just another opportunity for me to be more informed, for future council members, that don't have as much experience as some of the others. I think that'd just be a great opportunity. So it's just my little notes that I've been keeping regarding this. So thank you.
Understood.
All right. Anything else? I think the only, comment I want to make is, I think one, and sort of following up on Councilmember Parra's comments, I do think that when we do have changes in the council, it may be just key that we calendar, if you will, an initial meeting with our state and federal representatives. Because I will say, when I've gone up to testify in Sacramento, I've always been very supportive. I even one time got a car ride to save some taxi money from Sylvia, who was able to drive me, and lead me around the Capitol and say, this is where you need to go and here's what you're going to say, that sort of thing. But I think, some of the tension I guess you're feeling is that there wasn't that initial introduction, sort of one-on-one. And now that we all do Zoom and stuff, it doesn't necessarily have to be quote unquote in person, but at least I think a virtual introduction to people when they first get on the council, so they're aware of the services that are available to them and what both Sylvia and Charmaine or whoever we end up contracting with after we go through the process are capable of and doing, because I've always found them to be very supportive. But again, that just may be having met them, before. Does that provide you sufficient direction?
Very helpful. Yeah.
All right. Okay, great. And then I guess the final thing we have to do is the infamous adopt a finding of no significant effect under CEQA guidelines. So moved. Second. Moved by Davis, seconded by Terosis. I think we can do this via voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, both of you, for your hard work. I know this is very technical work. Yep.
I'm sorry, my brain's turning to mush at this point too. Davis made the motion and
Terosa seconded it, and we did a voice vote. Was Oscar here for it?
no.
Okay, so it passed unanimously 5-0.
Item 12A, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the California Enterprise Development Authority to issue revenue obligations for a new road school.
Mayor.
Yes. Oh, yes, we are past 11, so I need a motion to go past 11. Second, moved by Terosa, seconded by Davis. May we have a voice vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We're here for you.
Thank you. In this item, we're asking you to adopt a resolution approving, the California Enterprise Development Authority, or CEDA, of which the city is a member, to issue up to $25 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds for the benefit of New Road School. These bonds are going to be issued under the guidelines of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. The bond proceeds may be used to finance or refinance the cost of acquisition, construction, development, improvement, renovation, furnishing, and equipping of New Road School's educational campus. I do want to point out that council originally approved this financing in October of 2021, but TEFRA guidelines require that the financing occur within 1 year of approval, and because of project delays, the financing wasn't completed within the allotted timeline, so we've come back to ask for your approval again. And as we always tell you with these TEFRA financings, the city will have no financial or legal obligations related to this debt, and we won't bear any cost for bond issuance. Also, issuance of these bonds will have no impact on the city's credit rating or its ability to access capital markets for future borrowing needs. And that concludes my report.
All right. Are there any questions? Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, sorry, just because I wasn't here in October 2021, and I didn't really understand through the staff report, what exactly are they using these bonds for?
I know that they're doing some renovations to their
Because
school.
it says I assume that $25 million is needed to do something around, it just says acquisition, construction, development of the campus. So, and then this building on Franklin. So I just wasn't sure. And is this just like, why is the city issuing the bond? Apologies, just because I'm not that familiar. Are we helping them out?
We are, just because they go to CEDA, and CEDA is, it's a joint powers authority, and it issues tax exempt bonds. And it issues them for nonprofit organizations and businesses, and they have the goal of improving the social and economic standard of living in California. So this is a way for them to be able to issue tax exempt bonds. It's a joint powers authority. We're part
of the JP. Okay.
You guys just approve.
And part of the requirements are that the governing body, like the city council, has to approve it to proceed. Okay, just got it. I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I just.
They're not city bonds. We don't have any obligation under them.
Great, no problem.
But we have to approve them. All right, any other questions? All right, how about a motion? Moved by Para, seconded. Yeah. Oh, we do need to have a public hearing, but I see nobody in line for the public hearing. So I am opening and closing the public hearing because we have no speakers. And I have a motion by Para, seconded by Torosis. Can we do all three items together?
Yes.
All right, so the motion is to hold a public hearing, which we have done. Adopt a resolution approving the issuance of California Enterprise Development Authority revenue obligation bonds not to exceed $25 million for the benefit of New Road School, and adopt a finding of no possibility of significant impact pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act. That is the motion. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom? No, made by Para, seconded by Perez.
She's doing the roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Dodolatori's left.
I know, I'm just calling the roll.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
All right. I thought you were calling him expecting an
Oh,
answer.
jumpy.
oh, yeah. Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 5-0. And that moves us on to 16B, I believe.
Item 16B, request of Councilmember Zwick, Mayor Davis, and Councilmember Torosis that the City Council direct the city manager to present to council an electric bike point-of-sale subsidy program for low and moderate income Santa Monica residents utilizing anticipated funding for the Department of Energy's Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. The presentation should include staff recommendations for income qualification thresholds, level of subsidy, and total number of vouchers offered, as well as a timeline for implementation.
All right, and I think Councilmember Zwick's going to introduce this one.
E-bikes, for those that haven't experienced the joy, are becoming immensely popular in cities across America, and many cities have instituted programs offering vouchers, point-of-sale vouchers or rebates or other forms of subsidy, so that they can be more widespread in their adoption. They have a number of benefits, most notably in replacing car trips in our city, and also just enhancing mobility for a whole number of people, including people who perhaps would love to get around but can't do so on a regular bike, need the extra power, or taking a kid or otherwise hauling things. Denver and a number of other cities have instituted programs such as this. I personally bought such a bike about 3 weeks ago. It has so far replaced around 75% of the trips I've taken around Santa Monica that I otherwise would have used a car for. And in fact, I biked tonight to council. And in addition to being really great for the environment, it's really, really fun. And I think it helps really achieve so many of the goals we have as a city around sustainability, around reducing traffic, and so many other things. I brought this to the city, and it turned out that the city was in fact already eyeing a grant that they had received to look to providing such a program. So the item is simply for the city to return to us so that the council can weigh in on specific policy questions around how best to administer such a program. One thing that the city suggested, which I think is a great idea, is that this not just be a rebate, but a point of sale subsidy, which means that the intention, of course, is to help those of lower moderate income who might not otherwise be able to afford such a bike. And one of the things that really helps someone in that case is not being able to apply and get a rebate, at the end of the year, but rather get that rebate immediately, so that that bike costs far less. The idea is that a bike is sometimes, between $500 and $1,500, and the rebate would, take $1,000 or more off of that and really make it accessible to everyone in our community to experience the mobility benefits and all the other things that would come from it. So that's the motion.
Okay, and I would just add, I want to make it clear that this isn't new funding. This is funding that would be coming from a grant, so we don't have to play the zero-sum game of what are we going to defund in order to fund this. I want to make that clear, that it's
yes, this is
a very specific grant for this type of program.
This is a grant that is specifically for things like this, and it's one that the city has already been notified that they will be receiving later this year.
Great. Any other questions? Councilmember Terosas, did you have a comment since you're one of the joint supporters?
No.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I have a question, sorry. Energy efficiency and conservation block grant program, because when I think of energy conservation, I think of I don't know, maybe does that also include helping people in apartments with, we kind of talked about air conditioning or double pane windows, or is it really is it about travel? How does it relate to the electric bikes? How is it specific to that?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's definitely broader than just electric bikes. So
it's not like the whole grant is being used for that. There's other opportunities within that grant that we're seeing.
There are many. The city manager maybe could speak more to this, but there are other opportunities.
You don't have to go into.
We're not being allocated a whole lot of money, to be honest with you. I mean, in the grand scheme of, I think, of what the real need is addressing these issues. But when, so the question was asked by the council member, there was an interest in talking about, are we doing anything around e-bike rebates? And when I reached out to staff, they actually had planned a whole program around it using this grant. So that's why the request.
Okay, I see.
The request became, as opposed to come back with a policy or a program, came back with just tell us what you're doing, because they already had this whole elaborate scheme that I was learning about when I was asked the question. So that's what we're going to come back.
And then speaking of elaborate schemes, and hopefully no one would do this, I'm assuming there'll be some parameters around making sure people aren't using this as an opportunity to buy bikes cheap, since it's not a rebate and it's easier, you're getting, which I get the point of doing that, but what's stopping someone from buying it at a discount and then reselling them? Hopefully we look into that. Just throwing that out there.
No, that's a good point. I hadn't thought that part through in terms of limiting resales, but I'll share that. Yeah.
Maybe if they're, registered or whatever, they can't be resold to somebody else.
That's a good point.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. I think we can do this on a voice vote, since we're not really spending money. We're just giving direction to bring back information. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, we didn't get a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have a motion in a second?
We have a second.
All right. Moved by Zwick, seconded by Terosas.
Now we can do a voice vote.
Does that work? All right, we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 5-0. Do we have any adjournments? Seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting is next Tuesday, July 25th at 5:30. It will be a special meeting, but it will be fun, I'm sure. Thank you, everyone, for your patience this evening, and have a good, sadly, it is already Wednesday. Have a good Wednesday.